Good day, good day. How are you doing, guys? Welcome all you YouTubers. Welcome to the entire YouTube family. This is Dean White, your blind visioneer, alongside the YT President Boga, as you guys know. So please come in today, guys. Let us have a great time. Today we are on it is called the Sunday service, and right now we are looking at the blind visioneer alongside Life with Nadine and Family, which is Nadine, aka Blind Visioneer Wife. So as you can see, she's here sitting beside me. I am the one who is totally blind, and she's the one who is totally sexy and attractive. So please note that we are here together, even though it is my show today because Boga tell me that I am running YouTube for today. After today, I will hand it back over to him. You hear, guys? So please come on down. Let's have a great time. Any questions you have, you can ask the blind visioneer. No question is off limit. I will answer truthfully, and I must say, welcome to you all. Thanks for coming to this live stream. I appreciate you guys coming over because this is the place to be on this wonderful Sunday. Because this is the Sunday what? This is the Sunday what, guys? Tell me what's going on. Okay, guys, the Sunday service is up. I do not know, if we are going to have any issues, but guys, let me tell you, nothing is going to stop this service today. Internet or not. Even if it is down, we will be continuing with the service. Okay, guys, so please stay tuned.
I love
Okay,
that. I love that. Yes. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much. As we are waiting for guys to arrive, I see Eva Kika is already saying, totally sexy and attractive. This one has already started giving adjectives at the Sunday service. Hey, kids are watching. Dean, what did you tell people about your wife? It's the Sunday service. It's the Sunday service. The kids are still awake. So welcome everyone, guys. You are going to have an amazing time. You're going to have an amazing time with Dean and Nadine. First of all, I love how the names are rhyming. There's just something about the names rhyming there. I just wanted to confirm that the live. Yep.
yeah,
Why do
go.
did you just call me YT chairman? I'm like, who is YT chairman? I'm
President.
President, sir. Listen,
yes.
did you realize that she is Nadine and I am Dean?
That's what I'm
But
saying.
when we
There's a
met,
part there's a part of your name in. Hey, don't start we are not, the Sunday service has not started,
right?
Dean. Don't give out all the
Okay,
stories. It's too early. We have like
okay,
12, we have 12 minutes.
okay,
We have 12 minutes. Mike,
okay.
welcome. Google late as usual. Mike, you're the one who is late as usual. I am not late. I am not late at all. I am not
We
late at all. I am not
we
late.
are not
Um,
late.
yeah, you all just arrived. The president can never be late. You all just arrived early. The president can never be late. Even if the president comes after 1 hour, you all just arrived early. Yeah. So thank you so much. I see people are settling in at the Sunday service. Share the live stream out if you haven't already. I know it normally takes like about 15 minutes for people to get these notifications, but I know notifications have been a mess this week because of YouTube and its shenanigans. But we are going to try as much as we can to have fun while we are here with Dean and Dean White. Hey, Dean White, let me say, do you want us to keep this name or do you want us to use your entire name on YouTube? Because I just realized, Dean
No,
White
no,
Blind Vision. This is
blind
good.
vision. No, so if
Yes.
you want to say blind vision here, that's okay. If you want to say Dean White, it's fine. But the reason why I put the name that way is so that everyone can know the status of the person who is.
Ah, okay, good. Anyway, people are coming in. I can see people already arriving at the Sunday service. Miss V, I see you. My brother Mike, all the way from the United Kingdom, is checked in. And Mike has been one of my longest moderators, by the way. I see Tandeka in the building, Diary of a Lazy Runner. Welcome, Nino. In the
Welcome
building.
back.
No, welcome, Nino. Nino, and yeah, welcome, Nino. I think I connected to Nino and is it Nino and Lo? Nino and yes. Yes, very beautiful thumbnails. Anastasia, blessed welcome. Thanks so much, guys, for coming in. We are just on time. We're just on time. We have 15 million people in the house. If you're watching this live stream from my channel, I want you to click Dean. What is your favorite color? Favorite color, Dean?
What color?
Favorite color?
My
What
favorite
is your
color?
favorite? Yes.
Black.
Black. Okay. That's okay. Black. All right. If you are like watching this live stream from my channel, I want you to click on the pinned link. It will take you directly to where Dean is. This live stream is being multi-streamed, so we are streaming on both channels, and they need the watch hours. So I'd rather you go watch the entire live stream from Dean's side. It's perfectly fine because I can still read your messages. I'd rather have 0 people watching here, but you can go watch from Dean's side so that we can support them. I'll be able to see your messages either way. I'll be able to see your questions so that we can support this beautiful channel. This channel is very special, and I'm going to explain why they are like at the Sunday service and why I really needed to have Dean at the Sunday service. So jump on the other side so that you can give them support and stay there and watch from there. Dean, what are you saying?
Oh, someone was telling me hi, so I was just saying hi. Thanks to the person.
Yeah. Yes, so Anastasia, thank you so much. I see Nino is saying, Wagwan Dean, Wagwan Dean, Wagwan, me there. I see Agatha, I see Simone TV. Yes, I can see you guys have jumped over to Dean's side. Thank you. Dilba, thank you so much, Dilba. Tandeka, nice to see you. How is South Africa? Thank you so much for coming in. LP New Dimension, welcome, LP. Nice to see you. How is the United States treating you today? Simone TV, all the way from the United Kingdom. I see, the tribe is settling in. 20 million people in the house. Keep coming, guys. If you are giving me, I don't need a lot of. Today, guys. I'm very easy. I'm in my soft life era. I'm very easy. So I want you guys to jump and give Dean that support. So jump over and give him that support. Go to their live stream. We are multi-streaming. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Share their live stream out to your community so that we can have more people at the Sunday service so that we can listen to this beautiful story. So share. Sharing is caring. So you better share. Shelly Innovative Vans, I see you. Welcome, Shelly. Thanks so much for coming in, Shelly. Shelly is my channel member as well. Andrea J, welcome. Andrea Jacobs, thank you so much for popping. Jason and Gina, let me see. Wagwan. Jason and Gina, thank you so much for coming in. And thanks so much. Yes, so Dean's favorite color is black. So if you are on Dean's live stream, if you've already arrived there, I want you to type those black hats. Agatha has already gotten it. I was waiting for somebody to type black hats on the other side. Yes, I like that. Type those black hats to tell them that, yes, we've arrived. The tribe has arrived. Share those black hats. I want to see black. The problem with streamer, they can't see these black hats. But I'm assuming you are typing them. But keep typing those black hats. I love how Dean and Nadine are all dressed in white, guys. I love how they are all dressed in white. They're looking very demure. They're looking very peaceful. They're looking very mindful. They're looking very cutesy. Type those black hats. They love these black hats. Type those black hats. Hey, Kisha H, welcome, Kisha. Nice to see you, Kisha. Mwah! Nice to see you, Kisha. Kisha, we were talking about you with somebody. Good things. We were discussing you with PMC somewhere in another in his live stream yesterday. Yeah, keep typing those black hats. Yes, to confirm that you've already arrived at Dean's side of the live stream. Yeah, and stay there. The live stream is happening on both channels. You can actually stay there. You don't need to come back on my side. Stay there, and then once we chase them out before the affirmation, you will come back. They will raid you back to my. They will raid you back to my side. If you have an extra device, because some of you are so rich, you normally have iPads lying around, you have phones lying around, you have computers lying around, you have receipts lying around. Get those extra devices. You can be, some of you are even running me on your television, because there's somebody who came and said, Goga, I watched the Sunday service on my 65-inch screen. And I was like, why do you have to tell me you watch the Sunday service on your 65-inch screen? He's like, Goga, how will people know that I'm blessed? Yes, if you are watching me from your 65-inch screen, get it. If your husband is just playing with their phone there, get that phone and make sure you are running the live stream on the other side. If your wife is just cooking and the phone is idle, get that phone and give us a thumbs up. We want to see all those thumbs up. Dagmar, welcome, Dagmar. How is Belgium? Says, thank you so much for coming in, Dagmar. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Tandika is laughing. Yes, Tandika, I know you have more than one phone. Get me that phone. You've hosted the Sunday service before. You know this. Goga, you're so cute. Thank you so much, Dilba. You're cute. You're cute. You're cute. Hey, Dilba. Thank you for the compliment. Some people here are not even telling me these things. Some people here are not telling me these things. Welcome, Dilba. So guys, I can see you guys are already like checking in. You're already on Dean's. I am ready. We've been having we've been having like it's been quite a busy day, and then it's raining, and then we had a slight blackout before I came on the live stream. But I'm glad it came before. Yes. Did you say something?
Good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no,
Thank you so much.
was just answering this nice young lady by the name of Keisha. I just like to answer the ladies once they call to me, so don't pay me in mind for now. I will be answering the ladies, okay?
All right, I love that. Receipts, people. Miss V, you don't have to repeat what Dilba has said. Dilba has said I look cute. Miss V, why do you have to repeat it? Receipts collectors, it is the Sunday service. Today it is Dean hosting the Sunday service. Stop collecting receipts, Miss V. Stop collecting receipts. I like your shirt, Goga, looking demure. Thank you. Now you are noticing these things. The attention was going on Dean and Nadine because they are dressed in white. Now I feel I should go and change because they're literally outshining me on this Sunday service. And but anyway, they're the guests. And then Dagmar says, Goga is, hey, you guys stop it. You're making me shy.
No,
I'm kind of Dean. So Dean, Dagmar is telling me Goga is too cute, but I can't say that I am married and too old. Hey, it is called appreciating God's creation, Dagmar. You are beautiful. What? Oh, Dagmar typed old on the chat. Nightbot does not type old.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, guys, I'm dying here because of the chat. You guys.
You need to tell the person that old is like 100 and no, I am saying you need to let her know that old is like 100, so she's not here as yet.
I love that. Dagmar, you had it. You had it from the co-host. And Maura, welcome. This co-host is very funny. I think I can literally dump them and just leave them here and I go and sleep at the Sunday service. I think we'll be fine. Then I set up an alarm. I come back after 2 hours or something. I am sure they'll still be talking. Hey, Nightbot is so annoyed because of the word old. I don't know why Nightbot is getting worked up because of the word old. Nightbot does not like being called old on the live stream. I need to remove that. That is a banned word because somebody once called me old on the live stream and then I banned that word. So now you cannot type the word old on my live stream. In case you want to go and type old, go and type it on Dean's side because I'll still be able to see it. Go and type it on Dean's side. I'll be able to see
it. It's
Once
not
again,
nice to be called old, especially when you are.
Say it louder. Dean, can you say it louder? These people don't get it. They came and said, Goga, you are old. I'm like, who is old? Me. Have you seen? I'm not old. So I made sure I banned that word on my chat. So nobody can ever type the word old on my live stream. Yeah, that's how petty I went. That's how petty I am. Bev Artist Kitchen, welcome, Bev. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. But once again, guys, I like Nino is asking, Goga, what's old? Exactly. Whatever Dean said, what is old? Thank you so much, guys. I see the love there. And I like how you guys have gone and liked the live stream on the other side. and you make sure you connect to him as well. Make sure you connect to him as well. And then Nadine will also talk about. Nadine also has a channel there, so but they always promote each other. It's a family, so it's they always promote each other, so it's very beautiful, and they're going to talk to us about this. So if you haven't like already liked the live, do the necessary, do the do. I learned that from my Caribbean friends. Do the do the do. If you haven't like liked the live stream, do the do. Let me just call my people on Facebook so that they can come here, because they always say, Goka, can you share the Sunday service so that we can join in? So I think I've just done that. Yes, it's now public. All right. Do they do? So guys, once again, as I said, we are multi-streaming this service. Today I'm joined by Dean White, the blind visionaire, and I'm going to just introduce him shortly. If you're joining from my live stream, we have pinned a link on top of my chat that will take you directly to his live stream. I kindly request you to go and watch the Sunday service from the other side so that we can support that channel, because they are working towards their WH. And then, then of course, when the interview ends, of course, I will bring you. You will bring you back. You will raid back to my channel, and then we can read the affirmation, and then we'll be able to release you guys to the world. Ragas, nice to see you, Ragas. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. My moderator is reminding me that I need to set a goal. So let me just go do that real quick. I need to set a goal. I will do that when I start. So without further ado, allow me to introduce my co-hosts on the panel. We were just having a chit chat before the live stream started. So joining me for the Sunday service today is Dean White, the blind visionaire. Dean White is visually impaired and is based in Jamaica. He defines himself as a blind man who is making the possible.
Hold on.
Wait, yeah. Dean, what's going on?
Out here, it is totally blind. Visual.
Okay. All right.
No, I am saying 1 minute you said visually impaired, but
yes,
I'm not visually impaired. I am totally blind. There's a difference between visually impaired and totally blind. Visually impaired.
Thank you for that.
There's a.
Thank you for. Okay, I will have you clarify that shortly. Thank you for that correction. So totally blind, and it's going to talk about the circumstances under which that happened, the condition and what happened to both his right eye and his left eye at different times of the from the year 2001. He has done a very nice video that explains that situation on his channel. So in addition to that, they're based in Jamaica, but one of the things that I really appreciated about Dean when I invited him for the Sunday service is that he uses his platform at least to inspire, educate, and also connect with audience across the world. He's on YouTube and he's making content despite being totally blind. Living with his wife, Nadine. Nadine is a beautiful lady you are seeing on the screen. He's joining me for the Sunday service to share his unique perspective when it comes to life, creativity, and accessibility, especially on platforms such as YouTube. And he is a proof that storytelling has no limits. Whether you are totally blind, whether it has no limits, and he's going to explain his experience from that particular perspective. Through engaging content, he champions inclusivity, resilience, and the power of authentic expression. He's the one person who really makes you laugh when you interact with him on the live stream. And his journey serves as a testament to breaking barriers and redefining what's possible, especially in this digital space. Dean, I may not have done it justice, but that is a quick biography I wanted to just read before we introduce you. Now you can introduce yourself to my community and your community in the best way you know how. I have just put you on. I've put you on now your layout.
Okay.
So I'm
1 minute. Hold on, 1 minute.
Yes. I lost you there for a bit. Can you hear me?
Wondering, is it okay for me to change the phone, the telephone?
Yes. Wait, just hold on. You want to change into your to the phone? Yeah, sure thing. Okay. The laptop is hanging or something. Hold on. Let me just change. Dean, can you hear me? So guys, let us sort out this. Let us sort out. We are trying to sort out this issue real quick. Will be let them. I think change devices. I think the laptop is giving us a bit of an issue. So let me wait. Let me wait for them to just get the device changed onto their phone, and then oh yeah, Dean is frozen. Okay, I think that's why. I thought it was my side. I thought I was frozen. So let them change the devices, and then he'll come back on the panel, and then we can get the show on the road. Meanwhile, I can use this moment to say hi to people. Read the chat real quick. Set up the goals. All right. Let's see. Okay, let me allow them to switch devices. I know these things happen sometimes. So let me get them to switch devices, and then we'll come back. I think I figured out the laptop kept on hanging for some reason. But let's see. I think they'll sort it out, and then we'll be able to have them. All right. Take your time. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Take your time. Did I see Helen acquired there? I saw Red's room. Thank you so much for coming in. I see Mama Rebecca the Prince. Thank you so much. I see I see you guys checking in for the Sunday service. Have you connected to Dean White's channel as well? The link is pinned up there on top of the chat. I see Island Sisters TV. Welcome, Island Sisters. Thank you so much. Goga, you put on weight nicely. Wow. Mama Rebecca, leave me alone. Who put on weight? Mama Rebecca, leave me. Dags, welcome. Welcome, Dags. Let me see. Let's see whether this worked. Yay. Okay, so Nadine will have to see. Can you guys see whether you can change your phone into landscape? Like you turn it like this?
Yeah, coming.
Okay, cool. All right. So guys, as my co-hosts are fixing, you may need to change the screen rotation. You're upside down. You may need to turn on the screen rotation.
The stream rotation.
Yes.
No, the stream rotation.
Yes, that one. The one is normally up there, so that now when you turn your phone, it will be landscape. All right. Thank you so much, guys, for your patience with us. Wallan. I love it when Jamaican say Wallan. Kevnish, welcome, Kevnish. Nice to see you, Kevnish. Thank you so much, Kevnish.
Yep, you make sure it's out of the case, right?
Yeah.
Show up there on the phone.
And then because the phone seems much better. The phone seems much better. Let's see. Wakesho Otto, nice to see you. Thanks so much for popping in. Dags, Nightbot blocked my main. Oh my goodness, Dagmar, I'm so sorry. I need to remove that one. Nightbot decided to block Dagmar because Dagmar typed old. I'm so sorry about it. Marlon, welcome. Exotic Cookbook, welcome, Marlon. Nice to see you. I see Misha. Welcome, Misha. Herbs and Spice Kitchen. Nice to see you. How are you doing, Misha? And then I see I see you guys coming in. Rebecca with beautiful comments. Helen Akoya will chase you out of the live stream. What do you mean Rebecca has beautiful comments? What do you mean Rebecca has beautiful comments? I will censor some people out of this live stream. Let's see. Nadine and Dean, when you're ready, just let me know and then I'll bring you up. All right. Sandy Shimas, welcome Sandy Shimas. Yeah, guys, we're just sorting out a technical issue, and then we'll be able to bring the co-hosts back. In the meantime, you can connect their channel. The link is pinned up there. I just read the introduction real quick, so we are having a problem with the laptop, but we are getting it fixed so that they can come on their phone. AC Mungai, I see you. Juba Bruce Love TV, welcome. 30 million people in the house. Have you connected to the co-host? Please connect them as well. Abs and Spice Kitchen Highlands says he's saying hi. Dagmar is laughing. Goga, no worries. I know. I need to remove that. We were playing one day. We need to remove that old thing. Let's see. Dean, you guys are not able to turn the screen landscape? No? I can't. I lost your audio. Oh, yeah, because that screen rotation thing that it's normally on the settings, I think, where you just drag it, and then when you turn your phone, it will just turn you automatically into landscape. Don't take your time. No pressure. If it refuses, then we can we'll just continue in the small box, so that you guys don't look squeezed. Normally, just there. Let's see. Let me just mute them a bit. Okay, I think it's good. Let me just wait for them. Bear with us. We'll fix this. We'll get there. Because it's still putting Nadine. I think Nadine is upside down. So Johnny's World TV, welcome Johnny's World. Nice to see you. All right. Nadine, in case of anything, you can drop me a message on the green app if it refuses. And then let me see. Natecho V, welcome Natecho V. Nice to see you, Natecho. Thanks so much for popping in. I have receipts on Natecho. Goga, why am I not green? Have the Spice Kitchen, I don't know. You are supposed to be green because you're my member. Unless it's, I don't know, unless you're using your different house or something. I'm not so sure. I may need to check. Because it's supposed to be automatic. Okay, you guys are still upside down. Yeah. Nadine, what? Any luck turning the phone into it has refused? Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you. We lost your sound. What you can do, just get out and then come back in. Just drop the just leave the studio and then click back again, and then it will come back. StreamYard sometimes usually does that, especially when you're on phone. Like you can use this phone you're using right now. You can just leave the studio, exit the studio, and then come back again. The sound should be back by then. Yes. All right. StreamYard, guys. StreamYard is always like crazy. But we will fix it. The devil is a liar. How does the devil want me not to proceed with the Sunday service by bringing these technical problems? We are going to fix it. We are going to fix it. It is going to be fixed. So let me just wait for them to. Okay. Yes, your sound is now back. Just turn your phone back straight. It's a very interesting sound. Dean, I don't know what happened. What happened to the laptop? Yes, they have a fan blowing. They have a fan blowing. You can see it from Nadine's hair. I can hear the things you guys are doing. Yes, now your voice is back. But the phone has refused to rotate. So what you can do, just take the phone back to its original position, and then I will, so that you guys are upright. You are upside down. We are seeing you guys like this, like you're like this. Yes. So just, yeah, we can stick to this format, and then I will put you guys. Yes. I will keep guys on that. All right. Let's move the camera slightly towards Dean's right side, that Dean is not cut out too much. Yes. Perfect. Okay, Dean, I don't know that you had, after the biography, I asked you to introduce yourself to the community. We are now looking forward to hearing your voice. and the beautiful lady next to you.
Okay. Good day, guys. Good day to you guys. My name is Dean White. I am known as the Blind Visioneer, aka DVD and CD King. Avoid me, Dean or not, and you know, a lot of other names. But we are here on the Sunday service, and I am just saying I am pleased to be here, and I am glad that you guys are here to share this time with myself and the chairman, Goga, so far. So I just hope that we can have a wonderful time today, guys. And thanks for all your support and the love that you're showing me so far by coming over to my side, based on the fact that the chairman said, come over to my side. So please leave the chairman over by inside by himself. Okay, guys? Stay over on my side.
Okay, so Dean, who is Dean? Dean has many names. You wear so many hats. But who is Dean White, the blind visionaire? Like, in case, I know most people have interacted with you on YouTube, but I know most of my community, most of people the people in my community are meeting you for the first time. So the people are watching you for the first time. Who is Dean White? Where is he based? Who is the beautiful lady next to him? Or is that a bodyguard? Just a quick way of just getting to.
Okay, guys, now understand. Dean White is a guy who is a very humble person who was born in the city of Kingston. At the time, I was living at Anatown. I moved to the parish of Clarendon, where I'm now living with my children, along with this beautiful woman beside me, who is my wife. She also has her channel, which is Life with Nadine and Family. So that's her channel. I must say, Dean is really someone who is trying to get across to everyone who has a disability, whether they have it or not, or there are some persons who really and truly believe that they are not able to do a lot of things, or they are not able to do anything. I am just here to show that whether you have a disability or not, you are able to contribute to society in some meaningful way. And that is the reason why I am on this platform today, just to let people know that we are still alive and we are able to do everything through Christ Jesus who strengthens us.
Amen to that. Um, One of the things that I'm very curious about, Kingston. Kingston is one of those, it's one of those cities that has a very, it has a reputation. This is Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica, and having been born in Kingston, what was that experience like, especially for you as a Jamaican? Like, in case those of us who have never been to Jamaica, in case you had to paint for us a picture of Kingston, growing up, what was that like? Any brothers, relatives, just to have a sense of, where life started, and what that felt like, and what inspired the move now to that parish where you currently are based. Is it close to the city? Just to understand the dynamics.
Okay. All right. Growing up in Kingston was really a hard life.
Mm.
I must say, guys, I have been on the street since the age of 10, so I have had a life that is not easy. And even though Kingston is a place that you have to be hustling all the time, you have to make ways and find ways to survive when you're in Kingston. Okay?
Mm.
I have made sure that I moved to Clarendon when I was able to, due to the fact that I started having children. And due to the life that I had in Kingston while growing up as a child, I didn't want my children to grow up that way because I didn't have a normal life. I've been involved in many different things. I have seen my life flash before my eyes many times, and the Lord have protected and saved me. So I didn't want my children to grow up in that sort of environment. Okay. So I moved to Clarendon in a community by the name of Longville Park. It is very far from the city of Kingston because you have to cross the parish of St. Andrew, St. Catherine in order to come to Clarendon when you're leaving from Kingston. Okay,
Mm.
guys? And where in Kingston I grew up and where I was born was in a place called Anatown. It's not normal. Okay? Anywhere you go in Jamaica and you hear the name town attached to that name, it means that it's not a very normal place. Kitson Town, you know, Garden Town, all of these places, once they have town attached to them, then I'm
Mm.
town, Jones Town, all of them, they are not normal places. So we knew that growing up as a child, we had an hard life, and I used that observation to make better, what I would say, better provision for my children. You understand? When I remember jumping over fence and all sort of life, I decided that listen, my children should not be growing up in Kingston. I guess there are persons who have grown up in Kingston that have not gone through what I have gone through, but I have always been a person who live on the streets from age 10. And because of that, I have always had to struggle and fight for whatsoever I receive. Okay.
Hmm. Okay, thank you for that. I mean, that was quite, that was quite a, that's quite like a very in-depth kind of, response. I'm like, you just cooled me right there when you said anything that has town next to it is very, it's not exactly the best life. Um, Maybe to somebody who may not understand what will that like, and growing up in the streets, especially at such a young age, that must have been very tough, and it comes with its own fair of challenges. What I don't even know what I want to ask just based on that particular experience, but probably the circumstances, if it's okay with you, the circumstances that led you to at such a tender age to be in the streets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. To really give you a quick insight of what is happening, guys, you would have to understand that my birth was a problematic one based on the fact that my father was involved with two persons whom were best friends and both of them got pregnant at the same time. So you find out that my mother walked out and my father, where the relationship was is concerned because my father got involved with her friend. I was born 6 months before my sister. So my mother went to live in Anatown in Kingston, and while living there, she decided that she was never going to allow my father to see me, who was his child. But at the same time, they went to court and the judge gave an order for her to receive maintenance for myself. And due to that, you find out that there was an animosity going on between all three persons. I got caught up in that. Okay. So I was abused while growing up as a child by my mom, who was supposed to be my breadwinner and my caretaker, due to the fact that whenever time she sees me, she saw betrayal from the man that she loved very much. Okay. And betrayal from the friend that she loved very much who took her man. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was like a reminder of what happened. And because of that, I was not treated very well. Due to
Absolutely.
some circumstances, my father eventually found me at a school where I was, and I was taken from the school and I went to live with him in a place called Alexander Road over by Maxfield. Now, she came by to get her child, and when she came by, he told her to come back the weekend and eventually shipped me to a parish called Manchester. When he shipped me to Manchester, you find out that I spent some years down there until I was 9. At age 9, I came back to live with my father in Portmore, right in Cumberland, Portmore. But this time now I was living with my stepmother, who is the same friend that my mother did not like and whom did not like my mother, even though they were best friends. So when I came back to live with them now, I started encountering problems because that lady did not like me one bit. Okay, and she made my life a living hell and made it very difficult for me to stay at home. I was afraid of lick where my father was concerned. And even when I did not do anything, I would be awoken and broomstick would be wheeling on me, break up, belt, anything that was able to hit with, I would be getting that. So you find out that due to that sort of behavior, I decided that it's best to take my chances on the road. So I run away from home. Running away from home now meant that I had to be on my own on the street, trying my best to survive at age 10. Okay? While I was trying my best to survive at age 10, I found myself in Spanish Town. And because I like to go into the water and so on, I was in the river swimming, in a canal swimming, as a matter of fact. And while in the canal swimming, we found out that a lot of things was going on, and I met a young man there and he brought me to his mom, and they took me in as an abandoned child on the street, and we started living together, and I started rolling with some persons that were living in the same community. So at 10 years old, I was now living in a place called Ellerslie Pen, otherwise known as Capture Land. It is one of those garrison community in St. Catherine, Spanish Town. And from there, I started, my street life. Now, let me say it was a life of hardship, hustling, violence, and so on. But I have to thank God on a daily basis that I am still here, I am still alive. My mother had 4 boys, 1 girl, which is 5 children. And so far, 2 have died already, and those were the 2 that had followed me, and that was due to the way that we were living. The lifestyle that we lived was just firearm, violence, and so on. We did not take talk from anyone, and we did not take disrespect, and we defended ourselves to the best of our ability. And everyone who knows us knows that how we are. You understand me? So that was just how we grew up, as soldiers in the street.
Okay, wow, that's very. And to the people just coming in into the live stream, thank you so much for joining. Today I'm joined by Dean White, so we were just trying to get a backstory here to how he grew up, in Jamaica. And so to those people just came in through the live stream is being multi-streamed, so you can watch it on both my channel and his channel. But I insist you go watch it on his channel because he needs the support on WH. So it's better you watch it from there. Either way, it is the same thing. You're not going to miss out much. You can see we are all on the screen together, side by side. So you're not going to lose out on any chance. I know you people love receipts too much, but yes, you can still follow the receipts also from Dean's side, and then we'll be able to I will be able to do a follow-up when we are done with the conversation. If you have any questions that you want to ask as well, drop them on the chat. Even if you're on Dean's live stream, I'll be able to see the comments, and I'll be able to highlight them for him, and I'll be able to read it aloud so that he's able to at least answer what he can. Dean, that must have been a very tough that must have been a very tough life, because you are a 10-year-old and you are living in the streets. You have to take responsibility. You have to become an adult at a very young age. You lost siblings in the process, but you're also growing up. You also have to attend school, and you then something happened. You moved towns, and today you are seated with us. Something happened. There was a shift somewhere, because the fact that you are seated there alive and well with that beautiful queen next to you means that there are some choices you have to make, in life, for us to get to where we are. And that's I like what you said earlier when you say that there's a way, there's a way you are raising your kids because you don't want them to live the kind of life you experienced growing up. So I'm just going to ask, so how was the transition? So you school, college, getting a job. How did you get off the streets eventually? And then how did the fortunes just turn?
Okay.
I know I'm like fast tracking because I know we only have like 3 hours in this stream, but I'm just trying to fast track. So that, but you can summarize it in the best way you know how. First of all, you're a great orator. I love the narration. It's very, because I can picture it even without without overthinking it.
Okay. Before we go into the transition, you need to understand, while living on the street, I found myself going to places such as jails, cemeteries, and I was also blessed to have persons that always liked me as a young boy growing up and took me in as their
Mm,
child, okay, their adopted child. Even though they did not have any paperwork, they would just take me as their child. Now, because of this, I kind of started developing feelings in such a way that persons, even though I was living a certain way, and thought to myself that I was against the world and I was alone, I found that persons still offered me kindness. They stretched their hands out to me. In other words, they would always try to find out if I was okay, if I
mm,
was hungry, and so on. Even though I was on the street struggling, trying to make my own bread, persons would see me and they would want to know, why am I on the street? Why am I living the way I am? You know, sometimes when I went to cemetery, I would run away and be back on the street again because that wasn't the place for me, really and truly, right?
mm,
I remember that. Oh, thanks for everyone who is coming to this live stream. Appreciate your support. Okay, I must say I remember finding myself down by waterfront and sitting there and I was pushed in the water and a lot of things happened. After living on the street, I decided one day I heard some boys talking about the Leap Training Center, which was
mm,
a center that was up on Duke Street. And when I went just want to find out what the Leap Training Center was about. It was an Archers Foundation. And at that place, they used to take boys that were on the street and they would keep them there to live, ask them to stay there. They would just take care of the premises by making sure the premises was clean and so on, right? And I decided that if I am just going to have to clean up the area where I live or the place where I sleep in order to be fed, and be where I am learning something, then I am going to stay there. So I started staying at that Leap Training Center institution where I was taught shoes making as a skill, and I was also teach how to do a bit of electrical. Okay. As a matter of fact, it was technician they were teaching. But because it has to do with current, I started doing everything there. I started from there, and while I was there and doing all that I was doing, I started telling myself that, listen, I can do a lot of things because I made some shoes, and when I made the shoes them and they were put on display, I found my shoes sold before everybody else shoes. And I made two pair of shoes. And I
Wow.
saw my shoes went before everybody else shoes. And I thought to myself then, hold on, me can make this man and me can do this. And I spoke with the matron, and the matron decided that she was going to send me to go to a factory to work where I would be on job experience. I remember going to that factory and I was working there for a while. And due
Nice.
to the boss' daughter, I was fired due to the fact that she kept harassing me and he thought that I was not right for his daughter. So I was fired from the place. I didn't allow that to deter me. Anyway, I started to do what I needed to do to get into other fields of job. So I started doing work like security and so
Mhm.
on. I have been a security officer for a period of about 15 years.
Wow.
Okay. Yes, I started in security from a very young age, somewhere in the 93, 94, somewhere there. And when I leave from Ochirio St. Anne and came to Kingston, where I started working as a security anyway, I work with companies such as Guardsman, Vanguard, some companies such as Milex. And while working in Milex, and listen, security work wasn't even the first work or the second work. Security work was like maybe the 10th work I was doing because I worked as a chef also. I
Oh
worked
wow.
in stewarding. I have always been working. I push on car. There was no work that I did not do. Wash car, gardening, every single job there was to make money. I did that because I didn't want to be a bother to anybody. I didn't want to
Mm.
be a pest to anybody. I didn't want to beg anybody anything and they did not give it to me because when I am hungry and I ask for something and I don't get it, I am still hungry. So I always try to do some form of work. Okay. So when I got into security, you know, I worked with a few companies until I went to Milex. Milex was the last company that I worked with, and that was the company that I met my wife in.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we were working in the same company, and I realized that she was the one for me. So it started from there, but I guess I am going to have to give you that when you ask the question. I'm not going to give you it right now, sir. So
I'm like, I'm so captivated, and everybody on the chat is also like so captivated. They're not even, I've never seen a chat. People are there, they're just listening. They don't even want to chat. That the chat is very, people are just soaking in that experience, and there are lots of very powerful messages coming in. Christina, for example, says, "We thank God that that positive voice entered you drastically, made a huge change into your life. Being surrounded by people who love brought great impact." And then my mentor and my coach Flora Koile also says that's a very powerful testimony. And I think there was a shock there, like, did he say 15 years? And I'm like, yes. And then Herbs and Spice Kitchen says, wow, that's amazing, Dean. Very resilient and hard work. Very resilient and hard work. And yeah, so guys, if you have any question you want to ask, please feel free to drop it on the chat. I'll be able to see them, and then I'll be able to highlight them for Dean. And as you heard from him, he's totally blind, but it does not mean that he's not able to. First of all, we are going to get to that part where he's going to tell me how is he able to know that Goga is on his live stream, yet Nadine is not there to tell him that Goga is there. I'm always very fascinated anyway. But I'm coming to that, Dean. I don't want to take it away from you. Just trying to catch a few comments here coming through. Glory, Agatha says, "Glory to God." As a believer, I always thank God, and I believe He makes things, and He's faithful. That is based on just what you're saying. Thank you so much, guys, for listening. And Captain Kirk says that was a lot to take on. Yes, it was indeed a lot, and that's why I think everybody was very quiet and just taking it in, because I would have not known that backstory until Dean came to the Sunday service, because I always for me, I think he's a very funny guy. I like making fun with him on his live streams, but this is totally really it's really different just seeing this particular side of life. And then T is asking, how did you guys connect to do this live stream together? T, I use StreamYard the Essential plan, which allows any guest I host at the Sunday service to be able to stream on their channel. So because I know Dean is looking for his watch hours, I told him it's easier. He can actually stream the live stream on his channel as well, so that he can get that watch hours, because people will be watching him from his channel rather than people just watching from my channel. I don't need the watch hours, but he can use the watch hours. So that's why so he is able to use my StreamYard to be able to do that. So StreamYard has a package for that where you can multi-stream. So you say it is in this job that you met your lovely wife. How many years? How many years was this after? After how many years was this? Like, I don't want to ask your age, but just trying to picture. Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute. All right, Goga, I forget you had asked a question before, and I believe I went way ahead and even forget the question until a while ago. Guys, sorry, I will just answer before I answer this one. I went to school, but I did not go to school for long, very long. Okay, I went to Independent City All Age in Portmore, and I believe I spent 2 years there. Okay, I remember going to Macintosh Memorial Primary in Manchester from age 6 till 9. Okay, I also went to school at the family home, but they were not advanced enough for me. So they wanted to send me outside to school, but they didn't want me to run away, so they did not take the chance. Okay. I must say I really gained my intelligence and developed my reading skill and so on while working, because I'm a person who loves to read. And while I was on the street also, I always made it a point of duty to read the Observer, the X News, the Inquiry, and all those papers. I used to read the Kiss book, the that comic there, the Vernica and Betty and the Archie comic. I used to make sure that I collect each comic just to read the stories throughout all of them. So I was a person who always tried to stay in tune with my education. Okay, I am a person who love maths very much. And because I love maths very much, it is my most favorite subject. And as my favorite subject.
Wait. Did you say you love mathematics?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So, just continue. I will follow up later.
I am someone who loves mathematics very much, and because of that, I always try to do my best where percentage and mathematics was concerned. And when I was going to school, mental ability was our subjects and so on, and I made sure that I did those. So I obtained a lot from going to school for the short period of time that I went to school. because of that, now when I started going to the league, I was way above many students that were at the institute. Because when I went there, right, it was about 40 boys or 30 boys, and I was in the top five, where education was concerned, where reading skill was concerned, and so on. And that was not because while living on the street, I did not keep up with my daily reading. I tried my best to read every newspaper that I found. You understand me? And I made sure that if a truck passed me, I read the truck. That was how I kept in tune with making sure my education was up there. Okay. When I went to apply for any work whatsoever, especially this security work, I had never failed a test. Okay, I had never failed a test. Even when I went to apply for my PSRA license, which was my private security regulation authority license, I didn't fail any test whatsoever. I have never failed an interview for a job. Never. Okay.
Wow.
When I have never failed an interview for a job. Now, when I met this woman, it was in the year 1997. Okay, and in that year 1997, I met her, and the first day I said to her when I saw her. As a matter of fact, I didn't spoke with her the first day. The first day I saw her, she was in a short black jeans pants, a
Hey,
blouse. She was in a blouse, and her ear was coming one and it part right here like that and come this way, and she have a bang come right over the eye here. And when I saw her, she was speaking to a fellow security officer of mine that I played football with. Okay, we were on the same football team, and I said to him, I called his name and said, "Is your girl that?" And him said, "Yes." And when him say yes, it upset me because when I saw the woman, I thought to myself, that woman is my woman. So him saying yes, no, I went to sit down, and I
hey,
started quarreling. Right? I was quarreling. Words were coming out of my mouth. Sound was coming out, and I didn't even know. Till the other security that I was working with said to me, "I don't feel woman that man." You understand me? So when the security said that to me, I didn't say anything. I worked out that day, and the following day, I came to work and I was sitting over my location where I was working, and this lady came to work, put on her uniform, walked past me over by my part where I was working, and called to me. But when she called to me, I did not hear her because I was focusing on my location, paying attention to the persons that were moving about. And she went up the road and stop and come back down and start quarrel with me. I go say, "Oh, me I go like me better than her and I want talk to her." Poor girl. Me I tell the lady say me never hear when she call to me and she say I lie me I tell so. So I found out that I thought to myself, well, maybe she feel the same way that I feel about her. You
oh,
understand me? So I started saying to myself that, well, him say I did film girl and she a call to me, so me not believe that. So I started doing a bit of investigating and found out that no, he was just joking about. But at the time, at the time, she was occupied, I was occupied, but I still had feelings for her. You understand me? I still had feelings for her. So we started talking seriously, and while we were talking seriously, I said to her that if she seriously wants to be in a relationship with me, like, oh, I want to be in a relationship with her, I would go ahead and dismiss all three women that I had at the time. You
hey,
understand me? And like,
Wait. This syllabus is moving very fast. Nadine, wait. Did I hear three? Did you say three? What did I hear? Or I had? What did you say? Did I hear right? I have to, guys, did you hear correctly? Everybody on the chat is on the floor.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
na- Dean, oh my, Dean, did you say three? Did you say three? Yeah.
Yes,
Ladies,
I was living with one lady. I was living with one lady. I had one at Rumley, and I had one in Connecticut. So I had
hey,
all three, and I introduced her to all three of them.
oh my goodness. Uh,
The only reason why I introduced her to them was to show her that I was serious about her, Goga, and I wanted to end the relationships. You understand? I really just decided that, listen, it's you for me and me for you, and I am going to be faithful to you. So I made sure that I made the decision. I called them in front of her. We spoke, she and them spoke, and it was, done in a manner that even now, some of those ladies and I are very good friends. You understand? So it worked out properly. It worked out
I love
properly.
I love that because everybody on the chat, the only word everybody on the chat has now understood is dismiss. And I like what T says. Wow, you see, it only takes one good person to get you to dismiss everybody else. So dismiss is becoming a very interesting word on the live stream right now. Guys, if you're watching the live stream, and that's a good opportunity because we have some questions that I want you to take before we continue. And also I want Nadine to say hi to people real quick. So
Okay.
if you have
Nadine.
not yet connected to my you can see Dean is so funny. You can be laughing here, and it's very subtle at it. It doesn't come out very loudly. It just comes out in a very subtle manner. And that tells you how he's very intelligent and very witty. If you're watching this live stream and you have not connected to my co-host, the co-host for the Sunday service is Dean White. This is his show today. The link is pinned on top of my chat where you can support the live stream from their channel. So jump on the other side and then give the live stream a like on the other side and make sure you have connected, and you can stay there. You can watch the rest of the live stream while you are there, or if you really think you need to collect receipts on my chat, you can open a different device because I know none of you has one device on this live stream. You are all rich. So you can use the other device to be on this other side. Guys, can you concentrate? Forget about this word dismiss. So I want you to go to Dean's live stream and type the word dismiss in case you have connected. Type the word dismiss. Have the Spice Kitchen. It says, Dean, a bad man. Yeah, 3 women. This one is I can even I can hear it in the patois. I can hear her saying it in the patois. I can hear her saying it in the patois. So yeah, so if you haven't already, please do that. Island Sisters is telling you, Dean, you grew up on the streets, streetwise and intelligent. Respect to you, sir. Respect to you, sir. So very, very beautiful compliments coming in on the chat. But there's some questions I want to just to answer before we continue. Kisha says, Dean is the man, but Madame Nadine is the queen. Yes, because Madame Nadine got the rest dismissed. And then I like the word dismissed. The word dismissed is just perfect. The word dismissed is just perfect. All right, Island Sisters, don't worry. I'm coming to that particular question so that we can be able to address the. We are coming to the questions on the on the vision, the blind vision. Yeah. Title Pro is asking. Title Pro behave. Title Pro is saying, Goga, only 3. Title Pro. Title Pro is like saying, Goga, only 3. Like, is that even a problem? Title Pro A. You need to tell us those receipts. And Life with Nadine, Life with Nadine and Family is Nadine's channel. Nadine, sometimes when you let men talk so much, the story may be biased in their favor. I want you to confirm whether the things this man has said, because I like Agatha Chow said something very nice on the live stream. It's like the way Dean describes how she, how he met Nadine. He can remember the black, the black pants, the white thing, how her hair was like parted, like it is very descriptive. And this is in 1990. This is in the 90s. Like he still remembers that first meeting. So I'm going to ask you these are not receipts, Nadine, because Nadine, you're always thinking I'm collecting receipts. When you met Dean for the first time, what was your opinion about this man before you found out, of course, about the other people needed to be dismissed? And then, what was that experience like, meeting him? And you guys met at work. So how was the office romance? And how did you like know that this is going to be the father of my future children? Over to you, Nadine.
Okay, the very first time I saw him, the very first time I saw him, he was in a blue jacket, the same company jacket, but I thought it was a soldier. So I said to myself, I forget that man. Yeah. I don't remember when him say I passed him. I said something to him. I don't remember that, but I remember the first time I saw him. I said I have to get this man, and from that is history. Yeah.
Hey, no, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. That was so fast. We need more. We need more.
Goga, all right. He tried hard. He tried hard. Everything I asked him if I give it to me, everything I asked, I gave it to me before we even get close. Because I was trying to figure out if it is the right person or what. Because I don't want to jump from one and go to the other. So I was testing him, and I tested him for 1 year, Goga, 1 year.
Testing.
And he came right through. Everything was coming smooth, everything. But I was the person that trying to I wasn't pushing it too far, I pushing it too hard. But he was doing that. But I was taking my own time because I wasn't sure because of the life what I have with my past baby father. So I wasn't pushing it too hard. I was taking my own time, in which I didn't know. I know it wasn't going to work. I know that because the love that he had for me, I know it was going to work.
Wow.
And I said from going and going and going, the rest, even my birthday. I tell him even with my birthday, because I tell him, say, I want a chain for my birthday. And go, and buy the chain. Him buy the chain. I said, I couldn't believe it, surprised. And so really, him got hard. Him got hard. I'm not telling him got hard. So him deserve me. With the challenging and everything, him got hard. So now he's blind. Sometimes when I just find that he get blind, it shook me a lot. And I was I'm not telling him I step out and go home to my family and think about it very hard because this come up in my life and I wasn't expecting this, and family and friends keep on saying, why are you still with him because he's blind and I don't know how you deal with it and stuff. But when I think about it, man, say him love me and him care for me and he would do everything for me. So why would I leave? Why would I don't go back to him? And my mother was kinda wasn't in. She was in and wasn't in because she want me to come out of the house and and mother stay when you get bigger now you stay with them no more and when you go on your own. So she was in and she was out. But I figured on my own that this is the man for me. So better just go with it and then I go back to him. When I go back to him now, when I go back to him now, I figure out say, yeah, but I'm just stay and done. But not gonna lie, we have only for ups and downs in our life, and we work it out. Me leave and him come back for me. Every time I leave him come back for me. So the last time no when we leave and him come back for me. But no, the last time is I who came back. I came back and I said, really and truly, nobody out there not going to treat me like how him treat me. And then we done have this house already, we done build this house already. So I say, really and truly, sometimes you have to find out and them couldn't buy a house and put it in a, and we get married, so well say, might as well just stay and done, cause family can't make your life better. Friends cannot make your life better. Only your husband and God can make your life better. And your kids them, so my kids them was so upset. One of them nearly traumatized. The third one nearly traumatized. And I was so upset because when you do this G is that their name?
The pep.
The PEP. When they did the PEP, he could have been to a higher school than and where he went to, but it's not a low school still, but he could do better. But Chewy was concentrating on me. Him did just kind of slack off liquor and just start do anything when he feel like to do. So and then I blame myself and I say I shouldn't do it, but sometimes they always just say, but you better to be happy with yourself more than to be happy with for children. You understand what I mean? You gotta do it for children, not yourself. So I say better me do it for my children than more than for myself. And we just come back and everything, and we still have a little ups and downs, we still have a little quarrel and stuff, but I can work around it and I know how miserable I stay. Miserable. But work with the miserableness and here we are now. So we're
Wow.
good. Yeah, we're good. I'm a love him. I love him very much because he loved me more than how I love him.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
I
Go
okay,
from
okay. Okay, Dean
go
is saying,
from
okay, don't got too much attention on Nadine. Dean, um, before you speak, because this you may end up answering the question somebody has asked on the chat about you. How did you know Nadine was the one? Because I like how Nadine said, this is going to be my man. Like she was very like, she was very direct. And there's somebody I think Misha is the one who typed on the chat, when a man knows, he knows. So Dean, you can answer that question now. Over to you.
all right. Listen. A lot I must tell you that you see my wife sometimes she don't really remember everything, so it's good when I have the good memory, you understand?
Yeah.
Now I was working at Manapar, and while working at Manapar, um an incident happened, and when that incident happened, the police came to harass me. And the police came and they
No.
arrested
Nadine,
me.
Nadine, you have to hear those receipts.
Now, when they came and they took me to the station, they took me to the CIB room and there was four different CIB officers in there and they were all questioning me at the same time.
Yeah.
So I started pointing at each person and answering each question. By the time I started answering question, it was about 13 questions already they asked. And I memorized every question and started answering the questions. When I answered the question, what they were questioning me about or took me to the station about was I was the person responsible for where I was working, and the police officer came and parked his car in a space that someone else was trying to get into the space, and he bad drive the person and went into the space. So when he came back out, two of his tires were slashed. Because two of the tires were slashed and he did not see who did it, he decided that I would have to pay for the tires. He then brought some story to the station and told a lie that he saw me slash his tires. Okay. When I reached at the station, the CIBs were questioning me, and when they questioned me about the incident, and I spoke with them, they said to me, "Go back to your work." So I went back up to my location. When he saw me at work again, he was not pleased because his car was not gone from the location as yet. And he called a different unit and they came back and picked me up again. took me back to the station again. By this time, my friend, my co-worker was already quarreling, letting them know plain and straight to leave me alone, and I didn't do anything, and so on. Okay,
Mm.
and she was so upset and was going on bad to the point that they decided that they were going to charge her and take her to the station as well. Um, at the time, I said, "Come, I'm going at the vehicle because me I said me don't want it reach that so because me don't want them carry she go nowhere. So me make sure me go in at the vehicle and go back down. When
Mm.
me went back down, now the gentleman came and him sitting in the room with me and him said to me, say, really and truly, me don't know say you know have nothing to do with it, Me just say that because certain incident and issues and how him feel and he would have like me and him to work it out. So while he said that no, I was kinda upset still. So my supervisor came by and invited the supervisor to beer and the supervisor drink the two beer them and he was asking me if I wanted a drink. I tell him good. You understand? He decided that listen, I have to take a drink. I said, all right, give me a Pepsi. And I took the Pepsi and walked. You understand? So they took me back to the location. But before we reached the location, he said to me that he want me to talk to my girlfriend, right? Me say, which girlfriend? Him say, my woman, the same one who did have one bad and something. So me I said, no, it's my co-worker. Man said, no, I lie me I tell. So him say, I beg me talk to her. You understand me? So when we reached up and I came out the vehicle and he was coming over now to apologize to her and whole a conversation, she got very upset and running away. So me have to go over to her and whisper in her ears and say, please, just say something to him now. Make listen what the man I say and make him go on. You understand me? She did that, and after doing that, I sat down and I said to myself, whoa, she nearly put herself in trouble for me
Wow.
because this was the officer of the law and there were about four of them and she really took them on and decided that if a war and so on and that was how she was. I said to her, I said to her the same day that I said to her that day, I said to her, you like music? And she said, yes. And I said to her, I said, who is your favorite artist? And she said, Luther Vandross. You know that day what I did? I went to the music store and I bought two Luther Vandross cassettes.
Ooh.
And when I bought the two Luther Vandross cassettes, I came back and I handed them to her and she said, what this one? I said, no worry yourself, man, just listen to your artist. I'm give her the cassettes then. And she said, thanks. And at the time, I was thinking to myself, why am I not telling her lie? She nearly put herself in a trouble for me. If me never go in the vehicle and leave, maybe it's the two of you that go down there. And I know I could deal with it by myself, but I don't know if I could really deal with it where she's concerned because they would have put us in different area and so on. So I didn't want that. You understand? So I started thinking from there that it's my woman. You understand me? And at the time, I was doing a lot of wrong and a lot of bad things. And because of the type of person she was, which means she was a very humble person and she demonstrated love for me, I started to change a lot of things. You understand me? A lot of things I started to change. Some habits and some things that I used to do, I dropped them. Some places where I used to go, I put down that, drop that. And as I told you, I even went as far as to introduce her to the persons that I was involved with. Let her speak with them, you understand me, and let them know plain and straight that she's now my woman and so on, and close those relationships. You understand? Because I decided that I was really in love with her, and I saw that she was in love with me as well, and
Oh.
we started there. You understand? We started there.
Oh my goodness. Guys, Let me tell you, people on the chat are wild. We have like 45 people on the live stream, and people are just in their own world. People are just like, oh my God, Nadine, bad girl Nadine. Nadine stood up to the people are just like feeling, people are just fanning the fire. Yeah, I'm like, Nadine stood up to the guys. And then
Yeah,
somebody's like, Nadine is shy. Like Nadine shy in one sentence. That's a different story. But this I like the engagement. I like the engagement, and then everybody's so stuck with the dismiss. And I want to just summarize this conversation because you guys are getting so you're getting so invested in the love story. You'll rather Dean and Nadine will go and do a live stream on their channel, and you can ask those questions there because I know you guys love receipts too much. But I like what there's a comment I think I really liked from Thrive and Glow with Joe. And Thrive and Glow with Joe said, I need a man to claim me and dismiss the rest too. Abundant blessings. We are summarizing this story. Yeah. So guys, you can go consult Nadine. She has a channel. I'm going to pull it up. Go and consult Nadine. She can give you tips on how to get that is content right there. That is a video that can be done. How to get your man to dismiss them. Dismiss is the word. Dismiss. How to get your man to dismiss the rest. Nadine, whatever you do with that information is entirely up to you. I've given you a content idea. Guys, that is Nadine's channel.
Boga, hold on.
Tell me the secret how to take a girl, man.
All right, I'm gonna tell you something before we even I'm gonna say something. Did you guys know that I loved Nadine before intercourse because we talked for about 10 months to 11 months.
When you are
You
being
understand
tested.
me? Without that being involved. You understand me? We were speaking for that long. Because when we started speaking, I was still living with my woman. You understand me? And while living with my woman, I was saying to myself, I am not supposed to be in this relationship because the person I love is her. You understand? So I really had issues and problems because persons were suspecting and then persons started putting ickies and all those things. So I was getting into a lot of trouble also. You understand? So I
Yeah.
feel so
Yeah.
I had to,
I love that, and Nadine captured it very nicely. Like Nadine said, you have to be put to a test for nearly a year. So and I think it was Kisha here who said that yes, as much as we are dismissing, we have to make sure we test you so that we protect our hearts. Let me tell you, the women on this live stream. The philosophy you guys are discussing on this chat on this Sunday service today. Now, Dean was right. Dean said that this is going to be this is going to be like the best Sunday service because he's the co-host. T said something very nice on the chat. Dean was thinking Nadine was his woman. Nadine knew she was his woman. Yo! We need to move on from the love story, guys. We need to move on from the love story. I'm highlighting the comments. I will come back to them. You can ask these as questions later. In case you can ask, there's how you can collect receipts without state. You can ask it. You can pretend you're asking a question, and then I will point it to them. And now Nadine, people are asking you. They're coming to see you so that you can tell them how they can dismiss people. So you're going to have a lot of traffic on your space because people want to get dismissal strategies. I don't know what information they're going to collect from you, but you're going to get like some very interesting traffic. Allow me to acknowledge some blessings we got on the live stream. The World of Ruggers, thank you so much for the super chat and saying happy Palm Sunday. Thank you so much for that. Travel and Food, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Travel and Food says thank you for the Sunday. You and the co-host look very demure. Yes, we are very humble. We are very demure. We are very cutesy. Thank you so much for that acknowledgement. And then Kanini Kanene says we love people. Kanini Kanene is like saying, Dean is very handsome. Kanini, behave. The wife is on the live stream. Kanini, there are some things you don't say loudly. You wait until Nadine is going to get water, then you can tell him. Because you can get us into trouble. You can get us into trouble, and I'm not going to take responsibility for anything that happens at the Sunday service. I don't take responsibility for these things. So, but anyway, we got it, Kanini. Thank you so much for that blessing. Before we go to before we start talking about how you lost your vision, because there's a lot of interest over that question. There's a very important question that was asked, and this was based on the backstory you gave on growing up in the streets, moving from one family to another. Flora Koile asked a question, and and Flora Koile, this was like you literally took the question off my mouth. Question for you, Dean. Did you struggle with unforgiveness, and how did you navigate it? Because I don't know whether your stepmother is alive today, or I don't know whether the your dad is alive today, but or even maybe your siblings from that other side of the family. What is your relationship like with them today? Was there forgiveness, or do you struggle with? I like what she said. I like how she asked. Do you struggle with
Okay.
unforgiveness? Yeah.
Okay. Listen. I I never hated any of them, but let me tell you something before I really go into it. I said a while back on some of my life that I can write a couple of books.
Mm,
And the reason why I say that is because of what I have been through where persons are concerned.
yeah.
I am not given the chance to forgive any of these persons, none out of my sister nor my stepmother. Reason being is these same persons that made my life very miserable, they end up leaving my father, right? They
Mm,
went away out of his life, okay, and one went to marry a different man, and the sister went to go and have her own family and so on. I have not seen them for years, years behind years. Even my father, I have not seen my father from 2012.
mm,
I am planning that sometime this Easter, I am going to try to touch base with him, but it's not that I struggle with unforgiveness. It's just that I am not interacting, or the persons that I should be forgiving is not interacting with me.
mm,
Also, I do not think I need to really interact with some persons because there are things that I do not speak about
true.
that I do not even believe should have been happening to me because as a young boy you are expecting adults to be taking care of you and they are working over on you and all those things. You understand me? Persons throwing oil and all form of things in your bag and books and clothes and all form of, and I went through all of that. Okay?
Mm,
All of that I went through. I am still alive because of the mercy of God, because I knew plain and straight that if it was up to them, I would be dead already. And they
mm,
tried more than one time. They made my life impossible to stay home, right? They made it unbearable. They made it so difficult that I was never at home. So when I look and saw that they had to leave and leave that house by itself there with the man, the one man, it kind of surprised me. Sometimes I look at it and I said, look at karma. You understand me? I believe it's really karma. Because let me tell you something. My stepmother leave my father. No one know where she is or where she was. And the first time I bring this woman here to meet my father over by there, over his house,
mm.
my stepmother appeared.
Oh wow.
And when she appeared, she wanted to see my woman. And when she wanted to see my woman, now let me tell you, she came in, she introduced herself, and she stand there for about 5 minutes. And then she turned out of the room and she sat down in the settee. And then when we left and came back, all of my woman clothes was wet. And the following day, my father was a changed man. The man that loved my woman and reason with her and run joke with her was now a man who was cursing me left, right, and center and telling me, say, he no want nobody in him place and all of this thing. And when I saw all of that, I realized that this person is not a person that I should be communicating or interacting with because this person was totally evil. Okay?
True.
I know plain and straight that I have forgiven every one of them. I have forgiven them for what they have done because my God that I serve tell me plain and straight, say, forgive them so that I can reap forgiveness or receive forgiveness from Him. So I know that I have already forgiven them. But at the end of the day, I realize that they have already received their punishment as well. You understand me? They are doing their thing and they did not have an happy life. Even though they fight against me, I wasn't the one fighting against them because they are not there anymore. You understand me? They
True.
are not there. So
I like.
at the end of the day, I have not communicated with my sister in many years, more than 12, more than 13 years. I have not communicated with that sister. Stepmother, I have not communicated with her since about I
Mm.
have not even seen her since about 2090. When? The last time I saw her was about 2000.
Wow.
Stepmom
Okay.
was about 2000. You understand me? So I do not know what is happening. And that was when I lived in Stony Hill and she was going home with her new guy. That was when I saw her. And that was way up in 2000. Okay, so when
Thank
I
you.
look at the fact that they destroyed my relationship with my father, and then at the end of the day, they were not there. They
Mm.
went away and leave him by himself. It just shows how evil people are.
That's true. I get that. Flora, I think you've been answered. I think Dean has really captured it elegantly. I don't want to dilute the elegance of his words. The great thing is quite a great orator. So once he speaks, I don't even have anything to ask. But I think that was a very beautiful question because after all that, sometimes you want to know where you stand with people, and I'm glad that you took a stand, and rightly so. Fast forward to 2001. So you and Nadine, you've been living together for probably nearly 20 years. You've had your nearly a 20-year anniversary, probably 15-year anniversary. Um, then you start losing your eyesight. This is in 2001, when you first got that diagnosis. In what circumstances, like when did you notice this, and what was that experience like? And people on the chat have been asking how, because you clearly did have your vision. You are born with your vision. You are born with your vision, and you lost your vision somewhere along the line. Talk to us about this experience, and what was that first initial shock when you got the diagnosis? Was there any kind of support? Is there a way like you could have saved the situation? Talk to us about this, the journey of the blind visionaire.
Okay, okay. Now, guys, please sit back and listen carefully.
Story time.
Now, Goga just gave me a whole lot of questions in one, and I'm going to try and cover all of them, guys. Okay? So,
One thing I like with you, you kind of, I think you compartmentalize the questions I ask, and then there's a way you answer them so nicely in the story that you capture all the answers. So I am not, but when you say, guys, sit back and relax, how long are you going to keep us here? Just checking. Anyway.
okay, okay. I started having a slight problem with my left eye earlier. Now, what happened? The left eye was kind of going to the left side as if it was cast, but the right eye was pointing directly in front. Persons would look at me sometime and say, "What? Are your eye cast?" And I said, "No." Okay. So I started thinking, I wonder if there was something wrong with my eye because when I look in the glass, I didn't see it. But from time, person would ask me, okay. No, before I even go there, I remember while I was at Independence City College, one day I was looking at the board and the A's and the giant of E's seems the same. And I complained to the teacher, and the teacher gave me a letter to bring home. And when I bring it home, my father gave my stepmother the money to take me to the KPH eye doctor. When we reached there, the doctor gave me point at a chart and put me at a distance and said to read it. And when I cover my eyes and read the chart with one eye and then I cover it and read the chart, doctor said, okay. And he had to go and deal with someone else. So he said, he will soon be back. My stepmother then grabbed my hand and decided that nothing wrong with me, so it's time to go home.
Mm.
Okay, and she left because she said she never have the time for waste at KPH either. Now, I remembered that when I started experiencing problem in 2001 because even though I was asked if my eye was scarce, I didn't pay it any mind because I didn't see it. And the person who normally asks me, or the person who asks me, that was always person who I think of as not friends. Okay? And I thought to myself, if my eye is scarce, I would have problem with woman, getting woman, and I didn't even have that problem. Okay, so I was thinking to myself, my eyes was perfectly fine. Now, we used to go to range and so on, and while using firearm, there was no issue where I was concerned. My target was all my rounds were well accounted for. Okay, I didn't miss the target, and there was space in a proper grouping. Okay, so at that time there was no problem to my knowledge where my sight was concerned. Somewhere in 2001, I was bitten by an insect, right? And when I was bitten by the insect, I looked over the left shoulder and I couldn't see my bottom. But when I looked over the right shoulder, I saw my bottom. And I started panicking, you know, and I did it again and couldn't see anything over there. And I now started getting very, timid and wondering what is happening. So I decided that I was going to go to the fish medical eye specialist that was in Pakistan, and I went there. When I went there, the gentleman informed me that one of my eye completely blind and the other one soon gone. No, he never said so. What he said really was, "Oh, you just a come man. You know, say you're almost totally blind. In a 3 years you can't see nothing. And people have to go lead you all about over the place." And when he said that to me, I say to myself, so, what is he talking about? Because I am seeing very well. You understand me? He then prescribed a drops by the name of pilocarpine for me. He gave me a drop by the name of pilocarpine and said, if you drop it in my eye, right? And he then gave me a referral to take to the KPH. I realized that when I dropped the pilocarpine in my eyes, I was seeing everything glassy, you know? The
Mm.
world seems as if I was looking at it from a looking glass. Everything was just glassy and, you know, I decided that, listen, I have to go to the KPH. When I went to the KPH and the necessary tests were done, they informed me that I have glaucoma, right? And they informed me that I have glaucoma. They write their prescription. At the time, the prescription had two pills, Diamax Slow K, and it had five different eye drops. One in Revela, um, wait, name? No, Zalatan. One was Zalatan, Timaptic and couple more was on the prescription, right? I remember going to buy the Zalatan, and when I brought the prescription to purchase the first eye drops, the Zalatan alone was some 7,000 something, almost 8,000. And I didn't have so much money any at all. I wasn't working that sum of money to purchase one of the eye drops, much less five different eye drops. And I started realizing that, listen, this was going to be a serious issue because I am now blind in one eye, and I'm being told that I might lose the entire sight in a 3 years time, and I am unable to afford the medications that should be saving my sight because they explained to me that in order to save the sight where glaucoma is concerned, you have to control the pressure, and the pressure in the eye is very high. So they checked both eyes and said one pressure was different from the other, one was way higher than one, and so on. So they explained to me. Now, while going to work, now I made it a pointed duty to accumulate two doctor books, where I took those books now and started doing a lot of study on glaucoma, where I look up what is glaucoma, how it affects us, how it works, what is it, a blood disease, and all the illness and so on. So I was looking at how it really destroyed the vision and so on. And I was trying to see how I could go about getting the medications that I was unable to afford to stop my eyes from deteriorating where the pressure is concerned, because the more the pressure goes up is the more deterioration it causes. Now, I also went into the study of learning how is it that I have glaucoma when, I don't
Mm.
know anybody who has glaucoma.
And the
When
family
after
is.
investigating a while after, I found out my mother had glaucoma and she was using the drops then, right, to control the pressure in her eyes.
Mm.
My father didn't have glaucoma, but my father's mother, who is my grandmother by father's side, had glaucoma. She had her drops as well. Okay. Now, I was not told anything about this illness by any of my family members, neither mother nor grandparents or anything like that, because persons from my day and age, they don't feel like they are supposed to tell us anything whatsoever where medication or medical issues is concerned. So we grew up unaware that we even had this kind of illness in my family. Okay.
Mm.
The drugs were so expensive that I could not afford them. Because I could not afford them, I started trying to work as much hours as possible just to afford the drops. It wasn't working out because not all the time I get the hours, and when I do get the hours, I was now unable to spend any time with my wife or child. Okay, now it started getting very frustrating, and I decided that guess what? There's nothing I can do about this because I cannot afford the drop. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put my focus on something or somewhere else before, I sit here. Because listen, when I came home and tell my wife that the doctor tell me that I was going to go blind in 3 years time, I cry, you know, and she has said, so with me a word for. But I was looking at the fact that she can't ask me when me a work for when somebody tell me say me go blind in a 3 years time. When me blind, she gone left me because she no want a blind man. Back of that, you go say
Mm.
when me a work for when me know say no, me have to go depend on somebody to lead me go here, so lead me go there, so whatever. You understand me? So I was looking at the downside of blindness. You understand me from a point of view that when a person is blind, they give them anything to eat, anything to drink. They do not do anything by themselves. No, they do not pay their bills. They do not. All these things I was saying a blind person would not be able to do. You
Mm.
understand me? Because persons will tell us that $4,000 the bill say when the bill at $2,000 and gone with the other two. So all of that I was looking at from a blind person's point of view. Okay. Now I started thinking that, listen, I am blind, I can do nothing about it. I am not able to purchase the medication. So what can I do to make an impact to show that I was even here at the end of my life? And the only thing I could have come up with was stop living in a rent house. That was all was on my mind. Stop living in a people rent house. Because at the time we were living in a house where I knew every breed of ants because of that house. Every breed of ants me know. There were some rats bigger than my hand. You understand me? And rope. Sure. And the rats them never play to make themselves present. And make me know so they were there. You understand me? And at the place where I was living, may I tell him, I didn't even feel that house was for animals to live in. But I was making sure that I had somewhere to live at the time. You understand me? And I decided that, listen, the only thing I can do is make sure that I make provision in such a way where I find a foundation for myself and my family members. You understand me? At the time, I had one child and I had two stepchildren taken care of. My wife had three, but I had two taken care of because one was with their father. So I was now deciding that I need to make provision for everyone. You understand? And I started that way. So I started making arrangements where I wanted to obtain a house from the NHD and so on. I, where glaucoma is concerned, I started using the drops. When I said using the drops, all five drops later down in the ears. Because what happened, things started getting a bit easier where we started having places like drug surf and so on was brought into play. The government then came and passed a law that medication would be free and so on. Now, after doing all of that, we were then charged a small stipend for some of the drops at some places, and I was able to start acquiring some of the drops then. But they were not the real important drops that I needed. Okay. Also, I started putting in more hours where work was concerned, but it still did not make any difference where medication was concerned because even when we put in more work, I found out that the money that I am getting, I have to be spending it where food is concerned, children going to school is concerned, rent is concerned, light is concerned, water is concerned, gas is concerned. We're going back, and there was a lot of expenses. So the more I work, is like the more the expenses come. The more I work, the more the bills come. And I was looking at the increase in every bill and so on. When I try to go to get the medications, somewhere down the line, either I don't get them or I get one when I need five. You understand me? I would always get the pill, but I realized while taking the Diamox and the Slow K, I started, my chest started tightening up in such a way that I was finding it difficult to walk to work. And I was someone who is a long distance swimmer. You understand me? So I was now finding it difficult to go to work by just walking. Okay, guys. So I started to make changes. Okay. I decided that I was not going to take the tablets anymore. And I tried to stop using the drops, but I realized that every time I tried to stop using the drops, my eyes started to hurt me very bad. Very, very bad. Right? It was as if I have a hammer in my head just a beat and a beat and a beat, and the pain was unbearable. And it reached a stage where I decided, listen, I am not able to afford the drops. And because I am not able to afford the drops, I'm not going to force myself to buy them. I need to start put the money where I will see some benefits at the end of the day. Because I find myself using the drops, and let me tell you, my eyes weren't getting better. Seriously, my eyes weren't getting better. I was now falling asleep sleep day and night due to the fact that when I use the drops, I was drowsy through the entire time. It also started to affect my vision at work. When I say affect my vision at work, when I am
Mm.
supposed to do my login, when I am supposed to write up a vehicle that was coming to the gate, I was leaving out of the premises, I was supposed to write up a container or something. I was now seeing fog in such a way that I was not recognizing the digits, and sometimes I have to go very close, and I didn't want more anybody to really know that I was having an issue where my sight was concerned. So I decided that guess what? I have to just leave this medication thing because the medication was putting me to sleep both day and night. You understand me? And I had to work. So I did that, and after doing that, I found out that I was seeing better. Okay,
Mm.
and they decided that they were going to send me on the Cuban program. So they would recommend that Jamaicans leave the eye clinic and go to Cuba to do surgery on the eyes. And I must tell you that I observed a few persons that went on the program, came back, and when they came back, they went totally blind. Okay,
Wow.
they even came and had to be getting injection in the eyeball, which means when they come to the hospital, they had to go in a room and get a needle push right here into the eyeball, okay, just to alleviate some of the pain. And I thank God that I did not go on that program because one of the doctors at the hospital said to me, guess what? Don't do any surgery on your eye. If you do any surgery on your eye, you won't have any vision by the end of the year. But if you keep your sight that you have now, you will have vision for maybe another 5 or 6 or 7 years. Okay? I really was glad I took that advice from that doctor because when he spoke to me and tell me that I had vision up to 2016 when it went, okay, and he told me that from 2003, 2002. You understand me? So I was very glad I followed that advice. You understand me?
Mm.
Now, my vision, I must tell you, because persons might be wondering, I see
Yeah.
nothing whatsoever. Nothing. When I
In
said
fact,
I see nothing,
in fact, before you go there, let me just there's a very there's a I think there's a way. Just give me like a moment. Let me pull it up.
okay,
There was a comment here by Nino and Lo, where
okay,
Nino and Lo asked, "How do you visualize the world around you? Do you see lights or colors?" So I think that's a great way you're going to answer that question.
okay, yes, because I remember hearing you ask the question, so that's the
Mm.
reason why I'm going there.
Yeah.
All right, I visualize the world around me, and the world I visualize around me is always in the light. Even when it's night, in
Mm.
my head, my world is fully lit.
Oh.
Now, understand, I am not seeing, but I remember what the world looked like before my sight went because I have been around and I was seeing and I was doing all of that. So I know where, what the place looked like, what the sun looked like, and all of that. And
Mm.
because of this, you find out that now that I am totally blind and I am not seeing, I still see in my head as if I was walking through um the middle day outside right now when the sun is shining and everything. So whether it's night or not, that is my image that I have inside my head. Where my eye is concerned, there's only dark. Everything is just dark, totally dark. The lid at times, even when it is locked, um, sometimes my mind trick me and tell me that light turn on in front of me. And most of the time when I ask wife if the light turn on or something, she make me know no. And my brains are tell me say, yeah man, the light on. You know? My brain are tell me say, yes, the window open. When the window is not open. And the reason why I know the window is not open is because when I stand there, I don't feel any breeze coming through the window. You
Mm.
understand me? So I realized that even though I don't have any sight, from time to time the brain continues to believe that it is able to see. You understand me? I am able to see. And because of that now it creates problem because I realized that when I was first going blind, right?
Mm.
I didn't realize that I was blind when I went blind. I still think to myself that I was seeing and walking into things. You understand me? I lick the wall, bust my forehead, rackle my teeth, them, all these things because guess what? The brain is saying, yeah man, you can see where you go man, turn this or go this or what have you when there is no sight there. You understand? So I would really like persons to realize that the person that was seen that have now lost their sight, the brains respond very differently from a person who was born totally blind. When you were born totally blind and you didn't see anything or know anything, the person who was seen and then lost the sight, the brains they do something that is totally different from the person who was born blind. So I learned by observation that I have to be very careful. Okay.
Mm.
Now I will be walking down the road, guys, and I will be walking down the road, and when I'm walking down the road, I'm on this side, and person might say, "He must see man because him stop there, because the vehicle part is on him stop, or him know the vehicle there." Now for the time, I work from my feelings. Okay, I work from my feelings, and apart from feelings, I use a lot of things during my what would I say surrounding, right, to assist me. Now, if I am going by the shop and I am walking down the road, I normally remember how the area is and I normally listen very well and carefully. So by the wind blowing, you will know that there's a house right there. So the wind stop on the house there. So when you pass the house, you're going to feel the wind blow again
Wow.
when you reach the other house. So I use a lot of things. I might be all walking sometimes without my cane and I'm walking right against the sidewalk and person wondering, oh, I'm walking without the cane and me say me blind. But I am using the grass. The grass is touching my feet. Once the grass is touching my foot, I know plain and straight that I must not go over any closer to the sidewalk because the grass is hanging over and touching my feet. So that means I'm to stay where I'm at. You understand? Me? So I use a lot of things in my surrounding to get around. You understand me? Even when you see me in my kitchen here cooking, from time to time, person might see me slightly feeling. The reason
Mm.
why I feel at time is because sometimes I might put on something and don't remember where I put it. So I feel. But because I know the area, because I build the house, I draw the house, I designed it and I help. You understand
Yeah.
me with the construction. I know the entire place. So I know where I am supposed to go. You understand me? I know where this is, where that is. I am the person who put the furnishing in the house. I know I put the fridge there, I put the stove there, I put the gas cylinder there. The only time I have problem is when somebody go in there and move anything.
Yeah.
At that
Because
time, I can get injury.
Nadine is laughing because I think she has been a victim. Oh my goodness. Um.
so guys, sorry, Boga. So guys, I really do not see anything whatsoever. But from my vision point of view, I am seeing everything in my head. Okay, I am seeing everything. The image that I have of my wife is the same image I have when I met her that first day. You understand me? That image is still in my head. The
Yeah.
image that I keep, it's more than one image I have there, but I can never forget her look, her shape, her build. You understand me? The sexiness, all of that. It is still
Hey.
there. Her beauty, it is still there. I remember the other image when she got pregnant and had, so there are a few images and I still have those images. So persons might hear me even say, boy, my wife is beautiful or my wife is pretty, and they might be wondering, they didn't know blind. Or if you say that. what I do. But the truth is, I have those images and I know that it's not going anywhere and she's not getting uglier. Let me tell you something. I have been places with my wife and the person then depend, why is she pretty? And when I hear them say this, I know plain and straight it's the same wife me have from long time. Then she don't change. She's still
Nice.
as beautiful as ever. So I know what
She's
I
very.
have. You
I
know.
can I can confirm for you from my on, and I sit on the other side. But but Dean, there's some let me tell you, receipts people have arrived on the live stream. Misha Bless is on the chat, and thank you so much, Misha Bless. I want to give a special thanks to some two people because I did not know Dean. I think Dean, I don't know who sent you to my channel, but it must have been Blessed Life Journey. And so it's either Blessed Life Journey, and I know Misha Bless made the connection because I needed to get in touch with Dean. So Misha Bless made the connection happen because I needed to get their number so that because the Instagram and everything was just too much work. So Misha Bless, thank you so much for making this happen. We are sitting here because I literally bothered. I just told Misha, can you link me up with Nadine and Dean, and I will take care of the rest. She did not even take a second. She's like, Goga, deal with it. Don't bother me again. I need to collect. But that's the time she was making noise about it. She was collecting my receipts about my private videos. So I think she wanted to concentrate on the gossip more, so that she gave me the number so that she can forget about it. So thank you so much, Misha, for making this happen. And once again, guys, if you're watching the live stream from my channel and you've not connected to Dean is quite a great person to listen to. David Ant, I know you're waiting for the okra question. Dean is a chef. You have heard Dean has been a chef before. Dean is always cooking on his live stream. I'm sure Dean, before that is a commercial break question. Dean, what is your opinion on okra? And Nadine can also answer the same question.
What is my opinion on what?
Okra. And I'm asking this question, and I know you're a Jamaican man. So it almost feels like an offense. How dare Goga ask me this question?
Okay, Goga, before I answer that question, I must say respect and love goes out to Misha Bless. She has been a blessed person, blessed life journey. Big up yourself, cares. Goga, Simone, and I must say on this YouTube platform, I have been blessed to meet a lot of persons on this platform that are very encouraging, loving, and even Miss D, she's one of Misha's link, who has been very supportive and kind in such a way that they let me feel like I am a part of their immediate family. And I must say thanks to them all. Blessed Life Journey is someone whom she was the one who directed me to do my first live when she told me what to do and so on. And I told her that them tell me say 24 hours time before me do it. And when we go on it again, them say another 24 hours. She said, all right, get the laptop and let me tell you what to do. And my son followed the instruction. The first live went up, but they freeze and so on, and I get upset, delete them. And she was the one who directed us how to do this. You understand me? I have been blessed to meet these people. Okay? I have been blessed to meet these people, and I must say thank God. Thank God for them. Thank God they are a part of the YouTube family. Thank God they are a part of this platform. Okay, guys? Thank you for being here. Jeez. Goga, what was the question again?
Okra. Okra.
Okra. Okay.
All
right. Yeah. No, Goga.
And I want you to answer this question because I know you are totally blind, and one of the things, because in my previous job I was told that I have to be very mindful in how I ask questions. So I'm going to describe the person you are answering this question to. This person has made it his mission to be anti-okra on YouTube. So we have a fight that has been running for the last 2 years over okra. So I gave him a segment at the Sunday service that any guest who comes to the Sunday service must be asked the okra question. So
All
depending on
right.
how you're
Give
going
me,
to
give me
answer this,
1 minute. Give me
yes.
1 minute to cover. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Well,
Where is he going? Where is he going? Where is he going? David, Okra made Dean rise up from his seat at the Sunday service. Oh my
all
goodness.
right. You see one here, Goga. See how
Wait.
offer you.
Wait. Let me put your solo layout.
See one here. All right.
David Ant, I hope yeah, yes. David Ant, I hope you're watching.
So the person that you're having a discussion with where the okra is concerned, they need to understand this is an okra. And this is something that every man must feed on.
Hey,
Okay?
loud, say it louder. You said every man must do what?
Every
We're taking
man must feed on this thing called okra. Okay? You can boil this, blend it up, and drink it. No sugar, nothing. Just blend it and drink. You can also just drop this with some saltfish in the pot and just slightly cook it down and eat. You can throw this in your meat. It builds the body and it gives you enough stamina. Okay?
Ooh.
Okra is for stamina. Okay? It assists
I mean,
with the lubrication of the area down there and so on. So man must always put this in their body. Always. And when you not cook okra, you must cook at least 3 dozen. You understand me? Not less.
wow. Man must eat okra. David Hunt, David Hunt decided to give me a super stick because he doesn't want me to scream, oh, I've won the war. David Hunt, thank you so much for the blessing, but I won this one. I won this one, David. Man must eat okra. Man must eat okra. Man must eat okra. That is the message from the co-host at the Sunday service. Man must eat okra. Man must
Yeah,
all the
whole heap of okra, Boga. Whole heap of okra.
I want this one, David. David, let it go. David, let it go. He's now bribing me with like some super chat so that I can shut up because
He's ever bribe you with super chat now.
yeah, he sent me a super chat so that I can shut up. He's like, go guy, that is not it's not necessary for you to talk. Dean has already answered the question. You don't need to like give it any commentary and stuff. There's a question that Misha asked. She wrote it in Patois and then she realized that Goga will not read it. Goga does not know how to read Patois, so she decided to write it in proper English. Misha is asking, and I'm just, in fact, let me get Nadine to read it because I don't think I can read it loudly. Nadine, can you read what you're seeing on the screen for Dean? And try to like read it in patois so that people do not understand because I know there are kids who are still awake.
Which one that?
Just look at your phone or just look at the screen. There's a question I've highlighted there by Misha Bless. Okay, I will read it. Dean,
Man must eat okra.
No, let me read it for you. The one that I've put on the screen. So Dean, Misha Bless is asking because you talked about
how you feel for Nadine at night time.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the one. That's the one. Thank you, Nadine. I was very embarrassed to ask it. I didn't know how to ask it. So thank you for asking, Nadine. That one.
What is the question?
Dean, tell me how you feel about Nadine at night time. That, Goga?
That was the question. Yes. How you feel about Nadine
at night?
No, not about the
feel for or about.
So because you said you visualize light, you visualize light. So Nadine, so Misha is I think curious about how you. Misha Bless, have I asked your question? Misha Bless, how you putting me in this position? So Misha Bless is asking for receipts on how you feel Nadine at night if you visualize light.
Okay. So she's no. Well, hold on. Understand now. You see, I'm gonna explain where Misha can understand clearly. I'm gonna put it nice and decently and in the manner where it cannot be copyrighted. No, understand. Remember, you know.
Wait, before you answer, people are coming for Misha because Misha and her bad behavior. You even got good
All right. No, I get what Misha is asking. If me feel fear upon the bed at night time, based on what Goga was saying based on the time facts and me visualize in my head say a day, right? So in the night, how me feel, but where you have to understand is Goga, you see, I'm a person who and Misha, I'm a person who whether it's night or day, based on my meditation, I am really seeing day. That is the reason why even in the hours at night, I can be in my kitchen just cooking with the light off and everything. Ask my family. Enough time them come and turn on all the light and tell them turn it off, but because I don't need it. Now, where Nadine is concerned, I smell Nadine, I
Mm.
feel for Nadine, and apart from that, too, I'm a person who used to do my job, which is my nightly duty, whether day or night, it does not make any difference whether it's night or day and I am doing it. I still operate the same way, whether it's night or day. Okay, Misha,
Thank, thank you, Misha. I think
that's
you've
the
answered
best
very
way.
elegantly.
That's the
But I
best
like
way I can.
I
Turn
like
to
Misha.
the
I
phone
like how
and
Misha. I like how
Right,
Misha
she's
always
right.
asks what she's thinking. She doesn't. Misha is always asking what she's thinking in that particular moment. So this question must have bothered her. So like, I'm just going to ask Misha. You don't. You Misha. You literally are the one who gave me their phone number. You could have just asked them like one of those days when you are talking to them. You literally had to come and wait for the Sunday service for me to ask this question.
Yeah, because Misha is a troublemaker in Ogoga. You have to remember that Misha is a troublemaker. You understand me? And Misha needs to understand that. Hey, did you know that Goga? One person asked me one time, "Oh, me make love?
Oh,
I'm a blind." And it upset me when they asked. You know why it upset me, Goga?
mm.
You see, making love is the only thing you do not use your eyes to do. You don't realize that. When it comes to
But
love making, Goga, no eyes is involved there.
I agree.
Yes, there's no eyes involved there. If it comes to the fact that there is lips, lips is on lips. Enough people, even when they are giving each other a kiss, eyes are closed. You understand me? Enough people now look in another eyes, say them a kiss. Their eyes are closed. And even when it comes towards that, is use and feel areas and do your thing and there's no eye. Nobody's coming off and going down there to look and then go. No, that's not possible. You understand me? And if it comes to the test that it's in a different position, you use your hand and you touch areas and guide yourself and so when I was asked the question, it kind of upset me a bit because really and truly, I know that where love making is concerned, eyes is overrated because it is not used. Touch, feelings, and sounds is what is used. The touch, the feeling, and the sound, that is what is used.
tell them deal.
I like that, and I like how the Island Sisters is like so excited on the live stream. Preach, preach, Dean. Tell them. And then, she's really instigating there on the chat. But I love it. And she says, "I'd be upset too, Dean. I just don't like the overall discrimination of people with people living with disabilities." I totally
Use a
agree.
mind.
Dean, there's some questions that I want you to answer before we forget them. There's a lot of engagement on this live stream, so you are right. This was going to be one of the most engaging live streams ever.
I love that. I love that. It's a good live stream. The more the person's engaged, it shows that you are working chairman and it shows that I am being a very good host.
Exactly. You are an amazing co-host. So now let me see. There's a question here. Uh, we have a compliment here just from Island again. I think I read it earlier, but I not read it. Dean, you're a real trooper, an exemplary human being you are. I have a visually impaired friend here in London. And then that can go to the next question. When you are talking about how you perceive certain things, you have a question by Nino and Lo. Nino and Lo are asking, how do you inform an impression of a new person you meet, having never seen them before, especially now? That's actually a very great. Like Dean, we can just use me as an example. Like you just
Yeah.
use me
Hey,
as an
you
yeah,
know,
use me as
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. Believe me, and understand this. You see, in my mind, you see, all right, Goga, you in my mind is a guy who head is ball, so your ear very low. You know, have an ear on your head them
I'm
way
never
there.
tell him and I'm don't tell him.
No man, me I tell you how my vision Goga,
mm,
right?
yeah.
Head is ball. You are slim due to the fact that when I look at your video, you do a lot of yoga and you squat and so on. So I know you are not fat. You stay fit. In my mind, when I look at Goga, I see a guy whose ear is as low as mine.
Mm,
Okay. He's about 5 feet 7, 5 feet 6 inch. Um, he is of a medium build, and even though me never see him out at close, he should have a little muscles and so on all about the place, right? And apart from
Oh,
that,
Margaret.
he's always right. So he's a slim build. He's always smiling. You understand me? That is how I see Goga.
Dean,
I
where
see Misha now as
who gave you those
the
receipts? Who gave you those receipts, Dean? Like you describe me you describe me perfectly. Like Nadine, you're not part of this.
No, no, I didn't.
no,
I
no,
didn't say a word to him.
no. And listen, you see, everyone I meet or everyone I speak to, the Lord give me the Lord give me an image of the person based on the voice. Majority
Wow.
of the time, I said to myself, the image might not be right based on what I am getting. But
Okay.
the image that I am always getting allow me to call the person. If it's a female, me always say nice lady.
Mm.
I say nice lady because the image that I get when I speak with the person or even talk to them. Because I have some person with very nice, lovely, sexy voice and they are not cute, you know. You understand me? But the voice let me put a face
Oh, God,
to the voice let me put a face to them, and let me tell you, the face is always cute. You understand me? Are nice. And from time to time, when I listen to the voice, I am able to put a build with the voice.
She loves receipts too.
Say 8 times out of 10, I am correct with the build. Okay, 8 times out of 10, I am correct with the build. And if it's someone that I am speaking to face, I am always correct with the eye because I listen to the pitch of where the voice is coming from, and I know I'm 5 feet 10.5 inches, so I always listen to see if the pitch is higher than mine, where the level of the mouth is concerned, and so on. So I use a lot of things.
Oh wow.
You
Okay.
understand me?
I love that, and that I think that was a brilliant question, Nino and Lo. That was a very brilliant question. Like, yeah, I think that was very brilliant because at least you helped. Most people don't. Most of us don't even think of that. Like when maybe when you're meeting a blind person, what is their perception of you at least, or maybe what is their perception of you when you're meeting them? So I think that was a very brilliant question. There's a follow-up question there just next to that one is by Island Sisters. Island Sisters say is asking you, which one of your senses is more effective now that you have lost your sight totally? And she says
My
for her visually impaired friend in London, it's her hearing. She's very good at picking any slight sound. So I don't know what is your highest, what is your superpower sense other than smell?
the hearing has to be it.
Mm.
If it wasn't my hearing, I would not go on the road any at all. You
Okay.
see, what you have to understand, ask any of my family members. I and them is on the street and I am hearing cars from 2 street out and they don't hear them.
Wow.
Yes, seriously. And even when I tell them and them see me go over into the sidewalk, where you go over this Fadine? Come now. They say vehicle coming. And them don't believe until them see it. You understand me?
Mm.
Persons walking, right? I listen to persons walking and I can tell you how much persons walking. I can tell you if it's a female walking. I can tell you if it's a male walking. I can tell you based on the stride and all of that. So I use my hearing very well. And because of that, from time to time, I find out that I get into a lot of trouble. As
Wow.
I told you, I
So
am
wait,
a
Dean.
person.
Dean, you can hear receipts, right? You know, I'm saying, how can I tap into this superpower of yours? So you can hear receipts. Oh,
All
it's not
right.
a question. Okay, just checking.
Okay, okay. All right. I use the earring. That is my thing.
Mm, okay.
Um,
You are. Do you use that?
vehicles,
Do you use a
right?
case just before you
Vehicles
answer?
are something that I am always aware.
Yeah. Just a follow up question, maybe on your. I think it may help you answer what you're just about to say. So she's just asking a follow up question. Do you use a cane when you are outdoors to move around in the streets?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
do use a cane. I do use a cane, but not all the time. Cause sometimes, let me tell you, sometimes I am going out, and when I reach down the step, I remember the cane. Me never turn back.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't believe in turning back. If I am going out and I reach out there, I just continue. So sometimes, if it's not a far distance, I will ask someone to pass the cane for me. But if not, I just continue go where I'm going. So, persons always state that they like the fact that I am able to be independent
Mm,
in such a way that I can take the chance and go places, without even the cane at times. I do
nice.
not do it often, and let me tell you something. The cane majority of the time is not really for me.
It's for probably the next person so
It
that they
is
don't try.
for no. Let me tell you something what you need to understand where the blind person is concerned. The cane is for the persons that we are going to be interacting with, which means the public. You
Mm,
see, when a blind person come out into the public, and we know that yes, we use the cane to navigate sometimes, but most of the time we use landmarks. Okay. Now,
mm,
if I am going to a certain place, I have been there before. I make sure that when I reach there, I check the surrounding and I feel a certain area of the place and I leave it as a landmark in my mind. So when I go back to that place, I check to see if it's the same place I am at. So I might come to this column right here and I lean up on the column and feel it out properly and so on. And then I
mm,
know that yes, I am at the right place based on what I am feeling where the column is concerned. Most of the time why we carry the cane is because persons tend to think that we are sighted. So they do not know that we are blind. And they
true.
expect to walk in our path and expect we to move. So we really demonstrate by showing them the cane to show that they are the ones who are supposed to really give us the way. You understand me? From time to time, persons even see me stop, stand at a spot with the cane in front of me, walk right in on me and say, "You're blind?" And from time to time, I have to say, "Yes." But what is your excuse? You understand me? Because the truth about it is they are not even paying attention. Even when you have the cane as a blind man, I trip even over the cane. Now for the time I have the cane so close to me, I am just barely moving and I stop and I give them pass and them trip over the cane and try to break it. And then afterwards, I'm going to say, sorry, hush. You understand me? So majority of the time when you see we go there with the cane, it is not even for us. The fact still remains that if we don't have the cane and somebody lick we or bounce we, they
Mm,
can tell the judge that. They didn't know that we were blind because they didn't see any indication. With the cane, that excuse will not fly. That does not apply because the cane tells you that this person has a problem with his sight, okay? And that means you are supposed to take care to allow the person to go through or help the person in some meaningful way. You understand me? So majority of the time, the cane, the blind man that is operating in the same space on a daily basis can, all right, look at me. I don't use a cane in my house.
Of course.
You understand? I don't use a cane in my house and I go everywhere in the house without a cane. You understand me? I
Mm.
don't have to use a cane enough of the time when I go out on the road. But because vehicle might park here or vehicle might park there or a person might not know that I'm blind and walk on the same side that I'm walking and come lick up in and because they may expect me to step out of the way. You understand
Mm.
me? The cane is represented. It is showing and demonstrating that I have a vision problem.
Makes sense. The other question, I think that was well answered. I think, and I think you are really. I like how you are answering a lot of questions. Some people I think are very curious about certain things, and I think you end up answering them, very articulately. And thank you so much, guys, for the questions. You are really making the live stream engaging. And if you have not connected to Dean, please click on the pinned link on top of my chat. It will take you directly to his live stream. We are multi-streaming. It is being televised on both sides, both in Jamaica and in Kenya and around the world. The live stream is happening everywhere. So the best you can do is jump and watch the live stream. And I like the fact that 80% of you are on Dean's side, but there are some of you here who have insisted you told me that you are using your separate
Yay!
devices.
Thank you, thank
So
you.
thank you so
Yeah,
much. Thank you.
go get me
Guys.
a win.
You have a question here
Yay,
by
thank you guys, thank you.
you have a question by Tanya. Tanya is asking, Dean, can you ask Dean where or how he feels about what he said about not turning back? Is it spiritual? You said you don't believe in turning back. I think that's what you explained when you asked about the Kane question. Um,
Don't believe in what?
Turning back.
Oh, turning
turning,
back. Okay, okay. No, listen. It's just my mood. You see, from I was younger, from I was a younger person, I always think to myself that if I am going somewhere and I
mm,
turn back, I am going to be late. Okay? I
mm,
always think that if I turn back, I am going to be late, or because I am always someone who believes in getting to anywhere I'm going on time. So if I am late, I am disappointed with myself or the person who caused me to be late. So sometimes when we step out and reach at a point and then remember,
mm,
I do not even feel like going back. It's not because of anything spiritual. You understand me?
okay.
It's just that it's something that I do not practice to do. Let me tell you something. I know persons who leave out, go down the road, come back, pick up something, leave again and come back to something else. And to me, it's very annoying.
I am.
I don't like it.
I totally relate because I'm one of those people. Like if I forget let's say I've even left my phone because I forgot it and I've gotten to the car and I've already driven halfway through the journey to work. I will forget about the phone. I will deal with it when I come back home. I never go back home to pick things as well. So I resonate with that. I resonate with this statement.
Yes, because many times I'm leaving out the house and I leave the phone. And once it leave. Because I'm not turn back fee.
Mm.
You understand me? I'm not turning back for it. That's just me. But some persons is going to come out the vehicle and go back home to the phone. The only way I am going to do that is if me have to go Western Union or somewhere and the number and something they on it.
Mm.
But me not going back. You understand?
All right. And then we also have We also have, I think I like the engagement. Allow me to transition this conversation now into maybe for Nadine, and maybe so I can give at least Nadine a chance to say something briefly.
Oh,
Nadine, so when you and Nadine were already married when he got his first diagnosis, on the blindness, and even when he totally went blind in 2016, when he lost his other eye completely. You are there. So talk to us about, because that can also come with its own, and I know you hinted to it earlier when you said you had to go back to the family, and you realize that, for better or for worse, I'm staying with this man. But the kind of are there any adjustments that needed to be made in the home when he totally lost his sight? Do you sometimes fear, because you are a wife, you're like you're like Dean's life partner? Do you sometimes fear, because I'm assuming if I was a spouse, sometimes maybe you're even scared of accidents like fire. He may not even know. You may be trying to give him a lot of independence, but sometimes maybe you are watching him from the bushes. Just make sure that he's not like he's not either too close to the gas or something like that. But he may not know, but you're just like monitoring. What changed, like especially around especially the kind of support you needed to offer him after that diagnosis? Over to you, Nadine.
Well, Goga, the only when the change is like when him go on the road, cause he love going on the road by himself, cause he love to go and pay the bills them and all them something there. So sometimes I'm scared about that. But when him in the house, him want do everything for himself. If me say, all right, Dean, let me do this, him no want me do this, him want everything for himself. All right, the fire, me know it's enough time when him like the stove, when you use the lighter, sometimes the blaze up because it am too weak too. You know, understand me? I use a lighter with
Mm.
the fire that just come up just and just like a little burn on your finger. So when
Yeah.
you but fear that sometimes, but otherwise, he alright. Sometimes when I am in my bed sleeping, when I turn and feel him in another bed, in the kitchen, I come out and I say, but in the darkness by himself, I'm gonna come and turn on the light. When I remember, so I must get them can't sit when I turn on the light. So it sometimes it alright if in the kitchen I'm in make a little sound. I say, Dean, you alright, cause me know him probably book up in something. So
Mm.
I'll on that and then from the otherwise, him used to everything, Goga. I'm not gonna lie, him used to everything. So sometimes I don't even bother think about him when him in the think about say him about in a danger when him in the house, all the more supposed to on the street. Because they know the vehicle them when the vehicle them come fast and them something there and him quick to
Yeah.
move. So probably might move out in the vehicle and not knowing. You understand? So him good man in the house, him good. When I really have to come to him, because sometimes I come to him, I say, Daddy, leave me, I'm good, and I say, I'm good. And then little something there. So, all on the street, only fear when I'm out there.
Okay. What about the kids? Because I'm assuming your firstborn. Dean, this may be a sensitive question, and I'm just asking because I'm curious. Your firstborn, probably you probably for your you probably saw your first kid. What about the kids? Have you got like what is the relationship like, and how do they behave around dad? Because sometimes there's a way kids can also just be reacting. Maybe your firstborn probably you got to see your firstborn. I don't know whether you got to see the other kids later on, but what is that relationship like?
Well, with the kids, them adjust to it and them know him stay, so them know to work on it. Them try to help him sometimes. As I said, sometimes he don't want the help, but they try
Mm.
to help him sometimes. Them just adjust to it with how him stay. If him call for help, them will run come to him also. But otherwise, nothing strange, nothing bad.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing strange, nothing bad. Them just adjust themselves.
All right.
I I also know all the kids Google. I know all them, what they look like, and so
Okay.
on. Because my youngest child is is 15 this year. Sorry, is going to be 15 this year.
Mm.
So,
Bless you.
and he was the one that when he was born, him stuck for me like glue. So, I know
Oh.
all of them by heart, and I admit that majority of the time I do things by myself because sometimes when you call persons, they respond slowly. Okay, if
Mm.
you want something to be done and they are coming very slowly, that simply means say it might burn and so on. So so because of that, sometimes I don't even bother to accept the help. And sometimes you will notice that I might call them and ask them to look if the pot is centered on the fire and so on. And
Yeah.
they will tell me, yes, daddy, it's center, man.
Okay.
Because normally I feel the flames just touch around the pot to feel where the heat is coming mostly. So I know
Mm.
where to put the pot, push it over there or over here. It's a lot of different method towards doing what I do. Some persons are able to navigate themselves properly
Wait, he
Mm.
while
usually cook before, so him know how the stove operate, because he usually cook
uh,
before.
Okay.
He was a
Sure.
chef at the hotel before, so him know all of them something there.
so at the stage you have to understand that by just checking and adjusting to do the things then, you know.
Mm.
Also because I am doing certain things on a regular basis, it becomes like breathing. You understand? It's not hard to do it anymore. And let me tell you something, as a blind person, our biggest limitation is our mind. I learned
Mm.
that. Yes, I learned that. It's our mind. The only thing that limits us is our mind. If we tell ourselves that we can't do it, we will not do it. You understand me? We will not do it. Presently, Goga, I am going to turn my entire yard space into vegetable garden.
Wow.
And outside is totally bush. It's like I have a forest around the house presently. Because the last time I weed the yard was October last year,
Mm.
right? And I am going to weed it and turn the entire thing into a vegetable garden. So I've already bought the hose, installed the pipe, and all of that. And I am just, going to do. I bought some seeds already because I bought the pop choy. I already bought the sweet pepper. I bought the callaloo and so on. So, I'm going to get scallion and thyme seed next. I'm going to
Mm.
just continue to do some work. I don't have a picker and I don't know how dear it is, but me not even know. Me not too have no funds. But me I try because guess what happened? My land is not very good in it. It's mostly mud. But at the
Mm.
same time, Buga, me I plan for really dig it up properly and get some food out of the soil, sir. So
Nice.
see a while you're going to be seeing some videos with me doing a lot of outdoor work where it's like I'm doing landscaping and so on. You understand
Abs-
me? Plus, I have a
abs-
few things to do, like some pieces of zinc to crush. Just take the
mm.
hammer and crush them, beat them together, flat and so on, and get rid of them. So a lot of things may have left to do. Plus, my house stuff last year, a portion of it, a little part that we still float lift, and I had
Mm.
taken it off. So now I am going to go up there shortly and mix some mortar and seal off back that entire area right there so that when the May rain come, we don't have any form of moisture on the inside of the property. So I have little
Nice.
work to do. So I guess all you guys will be seeing them, and I hope that everyone join the live or come by to see what's happening. Give us the support,
Mm.
okay? And I am just hoping that Troublemaker Misha Bless will be there because
Misha is causing so much trouble. I've taken screenshots of all the questions she's asking because I can't ask them at the Sunday service because I do have kids who are watching the Sunday service and they're great fans. So I will reserve some of these questions for you after chat so that you can see what Misha was up to during the Sunday service. This one needs prayers. This one needs serious prayers. This one needs very serious prayers. Allow me to transition into you. Nadine, the good thing I know, Nadine, I know you are collecting all these receipts, so please note them down. Because the good thing, you'll be able to like go back to your chat and you'll be able to replay and see all the things that Misha, she thinks she's hiding evidence. You'll be able to find all these things
Hey,
there. Yeah.
Misha, you figured say you now watch me carefully. You realize every time I come out of the kitchen, my hand is properly washed.
Someone take that phone away from Misha. Anyway, Dean, when you lost your sight, this also comes with certain it also comes with certain like life changes. So I want to know about the status of, like, let's say work, for example. Did you have to like continue working in the original way you used to work, or you had to like abandon the jobs? How do you
Okay.
maintain
Wow.
a family and stuff? Like,
Listen.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Goga, um, panel, everyone on this platform, listen. This question is like $1 million question, okay, guys? And understand, it's a very detailed question to answer because bear in mind that as a person growing up and you're independent, you are expected to take care of your responsibilities. And my responsibilities were great: a wife, 4 kids, a home, all the necessary bills, and so on.
Mm,
Okay, guys? Now, my job that I was working at, it wasn't paying a lot to cover all my bills. So what I did, I had to start selling movie and music. So I started selling shows and music. So I would sit and build CDs and DVDs, put 4 movies on one disc and so on, and I was selling movies and music. I
okay.
used to sell movies and music to send my children to school in such a way that I would use those monies to pay the taxi fare and so on. Okay. I would be working from one angle, so it was like I was on a 7-day work week. Okay, because from Monday to Friday or Saturday, I would be working as a security officer. Saturday and Sunday, I was trying my best to be on the road. I was in Augustown Tavern. I was in Portmore. I was all about selling movies and music just to make ends meet to cover my financial obligations. Now, when things got bad in 2007, I was um they laid off everyone at the location where I was because, listen now, I went to work one morning, and when I was going to work, I realized that there was no fence on the location.
Mm,
And I walked through the area where there was no fence, went there, waked the security and asked him what happened to the fence.
mm,
And he asked me which fence me talking about. And I point at the area and show him. And when he saw that there was no fence there, he was wondering what happened to the fence as well. And they were the ones working. Okay, I wasn't working. I came on duty the morning. So the boss decided that everyone should go home. I was not supposed to be in that. So based on the fact that I saw that they were not being feared, I decided that I was just going to work for myself and tired of working for persons. Also, they wanted me to leave Clarendon to come back into Kingston to work, which was not feasible for me because the fear to leave Clarendon to go back to Kingston on a daily basis was like all the money I would be earning. So it would
Mm.
not be feasible. I would not even be able to support myself where lunch is concerned. So it would not have been feasible. Presently, I must say, sometimes God does a few things and He does it and He does it for the betterment of some persons. And I must say, I have a lot to thank God for because I was able to think, right, very carefully. At one point, a lady, which was a family member, had offered to sell me two sewing machines that she brought down from overseas. And when she decided to sell me the two sewing machine, I said to her, "How much for them?" And she said $5,000. And I made sure I get the money so fast and pay her for the machine. And we had the machines, and I was thinking to myself that we might not even use them. But then
Mm.
now, persons started asking if anybody about the place know nobody will sew. I mean, tell my wife, say, a time for we start with sewing, right? She being someone who used to work at Free Zone, you know, and then I used to being someone who used to make shoes, I thought to myself, a easy one to do that. She was saying not at all. And I forced her into making clothes. You understand me? And we started doing it.
Mm.
And that bringing some of our money from time to time because sending the children to school because I have two children going to high school, one going to Denby High, one going to Old Harbor High. And it's expensive to send them to school. The
Mm.
government give us some assistance where lunch at times is provided for them because I have registered them as part student, but it's not a lot. Okay, so I have some assistant there, and sometimes it's not even enough. It's not sufficient, but I have to accept what I am getting and thank God for it. My
Mm.
sister who is overseas, she is the one who greatly assists me on a monthly basis. We're taking care of my mortgage is concerned, paying my
Wow.
light or
Mm.
my internet or my water. If she does not send a thing come give me majority of the time, that bill is going to be sitting there and it is going to be balanced, brought forward, or something is going to cut off.
Mm.
Okay. But I try my best to make sure that I do what I can to accumulate some money, right? At all times. I am not a person who sit and like to idle. No. Persons call me to repair fans. I go ahead and repair and install their fan. If they call me to fix a pipe, I go ahead and do that.
Mm.
Even a friend of mine with the police called me the other day and they asked me to install a door lock. It is on my wife's channel where I was installing that door lock. I did it on a live and it was done properly. I am a person who do odd jobs all around the scheme for persons at time
Mm.
because I am very skilled where my job is concerned. They will give me some work. They also do not like to pay much, so what the other persons might be charging, they are not willing to pay it. So at times I would say they kind of take me for idiot because them call me to do the work, and even when we tell them how much it costs, sometimes them say, "Boy, to tell you the truth, in a king, we not have so much money, right? I just this me have or that me have." I am not going to quarrel with them. You understand me? Most
Mm.
of the time, you just say, I don't know, me good, right? And I just look at it as, God will assist me in some way, shape, or form. You understand? Because if someone call you to do a job and you tell them $4,000 or $5,000, and when you finish them say a $3,000, them short a
Yeah.
$1,000. You tell them say them owe you, them say, yeah man, but you know you're not going to get the $1,000. You understand me? So sometimes just leave that alone. You understand me? But I try my best to stay active, always working. You understand me? Now I go telling a lie, there are some friends that I have when me have to beg them a thing. You
Mm.
understand me? Yeah, enough of the time me have to beg them a thing. Because all my friend Nisha right there, me beg her a thing with you. You understand me? And she was very kind to give it to me. So thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. You know? So I must say, with that in mind, I am just saying thank God, and I am just saying that I am going through and I am being assisted sometimes. Sometimes I am finding it very difficult, but at the same time, I just pray and just go and take things one day at a time. You understand me? I do not really allow anything to stress me out, Goga.
I
You
love that.
understand me? When I said stress me out, understand the other day my gas finished and we had no money whatsoever.
Mm.
Go me draw for the hot plate and fix up the wire there, me see bossy, and me make sure me start use that.
And go live.
You understand?
Wow.
Mhm.
Um,
And
and so I like that because that's a great conversation around resilience. You know, resilience is a very big topic at the Sunday service, and most of the guests who have always come, they always talk about resilience and how how they build resilience, not just in terms of their content creation, and their content creation, and also just their experience even in their journey when it comes to content creation. When did the idea of starting a YouTube channel start, and what inspired you to get onto YouTube? And I'm going to ask three questions so that I can give you a moment to tackle all this. The first question around your YouTube channel will be number one. Um, yeah, first of all, just take us through a typical day in Dean's life on how you normally think of content creation. Most of the things I've seen you do on your channel, you're normally cooking while you're normally doing live streams and you're cooking. And I guess this is amazing because it's based on your chef background. You also have this ability to engage the audience as much as you're cooking and you're doing all these sorts of things. You're also storytelling, but there's a way you also engage your viewers even as much as you're busy cooking or doing something. I think for me that's a very great superpower. The third question that you can answer in that respect, because this can now help you capture the entire conversation around why you got into YouTube. How do you strike a balance as a person? You as Dean, the blind visionaire. Um, how do you strike a balance between being authentic about your challenges as a blind person and also portraying your skills? Because I know sometimes people living with disabilities, they always like zooming into their skill more. For you it is the food, for you it is how you are preparing your food and how I need to make sure that my family is eating the best food because I can do this. I'm a chef, I've been a chef, I can easily do this. How do you find that balance between authenticity and also just addressing the challenges that you face as a content creator who is totally blind? Quite a mouthful, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle it.
okay, okay. Guys, let me tell you, the star, the observer was doing a
Mm,
feature on persons with disability. And
yes.
when they came to my scheme, the persons in my scheme informed the observer that they have to come to me because I am the only disabled person or the only physically blind person they know in my scheme that is hard working. They see me walking up and down, shouting, selling clothes, selling
Mm,
movies, and so on. And they send the observer to my house. And the observer guys came and they asked me if I was willing to do an interview and so on. I told them yes, I was willing to.
mm,
Now they asked me what I could do. I informed them that I make computers, I make outfits, a lot of things, electrical, plumbing, and so on. They decided that if that's true, I would be doing it on live for them. In other words, they would have to come and sit down and watch me build a PC.
Yeah.
Okay. They made a time available and they came by and we go ahead and we get the parts for the computer and I sat down and I started the process and completely put the motherboard, the processor, the memory together, all of that. Then put it in the case, put in the power supply, all of that. Then set everything in motion, get the thumb drive, get everything up, plug in everything, run the windows and all of that. I did all of that for the observer. Okay. After I did all of that for the observer, demonstrated my skill where we were making some clothes and so on. They put a feature in the paper, and after they put the feature in the paper, I was told that I could look at it because they did it in the paper and they did it electronically. So it was posted on the site and they did it in the paper. When I look at the site, I saw that it reached 32,000 views
Wow.
in the site. When I saw it reach 32,000 views, now they came back and they had asked me to do another interview where they said it was what that one was first. They asked me to do electrical, okay? And when I did that, I remember when I look at the site, I saw some persons making comments that this a blind man as soon start drive taxi. You understand? Because him do so much something. Watch what the
Yeah.
man a do and persons were making fun said, no man, you understand me? And when I was listening to the comments, you know, I remember saying to myself that, you know what?
Hmm.
If the star can get 32,000 views from something that I did, why can I not do the same thing and get the views as well? Because I did not benefit any at all from what the observer did. I thought to myself, because they got the views, and I guess they would have been the one who received the glory and so on. And if there
True.
was any money involved, they would have been the one who have gotten the cash and so on. I was not compensated in any way, shape, or form. So I decided that I was going to try to see if I can start my own YouTube channel to get the views for myself. I remember getting some wires and the receptacles and the two-way switches, and I tell wife sit down there, son. Me start connect up and what have you, and I started demonstrating how the two-way switch work and how you have to connect it and all of that. And we were there, and my wife was a bit afraid of the current, but she's still hanging there with me. And we did it, and it was post. When it was post, it wasn't going very well. Okay, it wasn't going very well. I didn't see a lot of persons watching it or anything like that, but I didn't have any idea that really and truly you have to be putting in a lot of work in order to get your thing to go up or views go up where it is concerned. You understand me? I just thought that just putting the video there, it would be seen and persons would go on it and person would like or so on. You know? Didn't know. When I didn't see much views coming from it, I see some views, about 11 or 12 views, and I thought, all right, let me do another one. So I was jerking some chicken with a jerk pan that I just built, and my son take the phone and do a little clip of the chicken, and then he post it. And when I look that one, the views passed the first one that I did, and I
Yeah.
thought to myself, well, we need to really continue on this thing. But then it was just spontaneous things, to just do and put. And when I look, I saw persons from India viewing and persons from countries that were not Jamaican. I was saying, when I look, it was very meager, very small viewing. So
Mm.
because it was very small viewing, I started focusing on getting the money to pay my bills and so on, and didn't even pay much attention to the YouTube channel any at all.
Mm.
No, I stopped paying attention to the YouTube channel until my wife now decided that she was going to start our YouTube channel, and she went under the Aki tree and she started spinning at her about the Aki tree and all of them stuff there, and I started thinking to myself, why Nadina talk about the Aki tree? That make any sense? And then Nadina talks family members and what have you. And I said, okay. And she said, we should name the channel and we come up with a name for the channel. Because this wasn't the first name that we had, I think we had changed this name before. You
Mm.
understand me? And this was the one we came up with. And she started, and when she started, within like a week, she had more videos than myself. And when I look at it, she started saying to me, come make we go a whole about a video. I go buy one burger and this and make it. And she started saying she want to travel and she want to go over here. And I was like, not even have money for that. We had travel to go get the contents and so
Yeah.
on. And she started forcing me to go, and I started decided to say, all right, let me go. So I started going with her, but I realized that the views were very small anyway. I started also putting out some more videos, and no one was really paying any attention. And
Mm.
because she decided that she was not going to give up on it, you understand me? I decided that I will now start to assist her. You understand me? So the first time I started to assist her, I did that under the sheet one day with her. Okay, because she always keep complaining, so we need to come in our video, and we now come in at the video, and the video is all about Nadine and the family and all of that. And she decides, I'm gonna say, all right, do it this way, make me feel the way I gonna do. And I did it under the sheet, one with her, and she now post that, and she now want it go up, and people are got this, and people, I'm gonna say to her, I say, don't worry yourself about that. If it's even negative publicity, it is still publicity. So leave it alone. You understand me? Eventually, after going about 40 minutes after, she relaxed back and started observing, and she saw that persons were commenting and so on. And she, relaxed and said, okay, it can work. You understand me? So we started
Mm.
doing more. But after doing some more videos and so on now, you find out that no person keeps saying, what happened to my channel? You understand me? Or is it that I decide, because I had told Misha from February the 14th that while I was on her platform that I am going to now start focusing on helping Nadine with her channel. And after
Mm.
Nadine channel get monetized, me I go turn and work on my own. But when I started observing what the persons wanted, the persons that knew me started to ask me, oh, me a talk about wife channel, want to my channel, want to my channel, want to my, when me a put up, what me a put up, oh, them not see nothing. Very. So me realized that I could not focus on just one channel and leave mine idle
Mm.
because persons were asking, it's like you have one hot bread, Goga, right?
True.
And the people them a say, run piece of the hot bread over here, so run piece over here, so run piece over here, so and you try say, my youth, me not give you none, make it stay. Me not share it. No. So me have to just start share the channel. You understand me, Goga? Me have to just
Yeah.
start putting in the work. Do what needs to be done. Right now, wife in the year I whisper in my ears, but me not help her with fear, which is not true. Goga, me gonna tell you something. I went on wifey channel and we did a little thing where I put up a little prayer thing and wifey cussed me. The way wifey cussed me, the only thing left she should do a beat me up. Okay? And I felt upset about it and I said, listen, I am working with you where content is concerned. And enough people know that a few things is done for fun. This is not really serious, but it's just to show a different side, you know?
mm,
And persons must have sense enough to know that this is not something that is true. You understand me? And if you are going to respond that way, it's best you come up with your content. You understand? But even though I said that, me still continue to help her where content is concerned because Boga, let me tell you something. Everywhere me turn, even though me see content. And that is what I have, I guess, over most people. I
mm.
can turn anything into a content because Boga, I can walk this so and look up in a wall and it's a content for me.
True.
You understand me? So
True.
when I look at it, it is not hard to make content. What is hard is the fact that I can't video nothing, and when I ask persons to video it, you understand me? I have to be arguing with them, directing, and they don't want to listen to what I am saying or what I want them to do, or them telling me them busy and them can't bother with that, or that is really where the issue comes in because being blind mean I have to depend on someone to assist me when I tell them what I want to be done. You understand me? And that is
Mm,
where the obstacle is. So from time to time, I always thought to myself that from a blind person's point of view, I would really like it if the same YT platform that you're a chairman of, if you could inform them that we, the blind, what we would call community, would
mm,
love for them to incorporate a software on this platform that will allow us blind persons to just talk to the device and it do what we want it to do. The talkback feature we them put on the phone now work out. Sometimes the amount of issues the talkback give we not even can bother with it go. But
mm,
I realize that YT is doing things like edit, right? YT
mm,
has things like bots. They have things like the AI and all of that. So I am just hoping that you can lobby for something to be done, or maybe we can speak, and when we speak, you just as how you see you would have talked to Google and Google open a app, we would maybe speak and something is written that we would like to be written. For instance, I want to say something in the chat. Instead of
mm,
trying to type something with my blind self, I could just say chat and just when we say chat, me just say Dean White and maybe it will say what's your number? And me say 221 and then it say okay and me just say
It's a
yes,
robot, you.
go so and so and so and so and it write it out.
It's a
You
robot, you.
understand me? If you're not no, it's just from a point of view where the app would be doing the
yeah.
smart thing, being smart. You understand Google because they say smart app and it's smart TV and smartphone. So why not make sure it goes fully smart, to benefit everyone. There are some persons that are able to use because look at it. You remember one time when we used to watch movie and the Chinese man them attacking at the movie we can't understand we only have to watch it kicking and the thumping and go on, right?
Mm,
Then they bring what is called caption and they put the caption in English. So then now while the man them are perform them action, you can read what them are say. You
True.
understand me? No, a person who is deaf, right, would
has
be
access.
perfectly fine because the deaf person would be looking at the words and reading what is happening so they know exactly what the movie is about and what's happening in the movie.
Mm,
Now, for somebody like me now we're blind, me have to listen to what is being said. But suppose the people them not talk English, me not understand none at all same way. So sometimes we can persons can really put out the necessary software where even if me can't understand, me can click on a little button and it read up the speech, So the speech coming in my language. You understand? So even those little things me I think about from a YT point of view. You understand?
I
So I
love that.
really
I totally love that because I think it haven't actually come across Oh, sorry, I think I clicked on the wrong button, and I was just trying to think of what you're saying, because there's need for like a lot of advocacy, especially on platforms like YouTube, on how to make sure that the platforms where we are making content are inclusive, especially for the blind. And I like the example you give the deaf, because the subtitles do an amazing job in terms of making it inclusive. But I'm just trying to imagine walking in your shoes, because you are totally blind, and so content creation for you is totally different. Even how you, yeah, yes, you do make videos, but you do go an extra mile in when it comes to, especially to engagement with your viewers and stuff. So I
Yeah.
totally agree with you. It's a very great point of advocacy. And when I was preparing for this Sunday service, I was asking around, because I do know a couple where the husband is blind on YouTube, and I had to go and ask them how do they make content with that situation. And she did admit and told me, and this is one of my mentors on YouTube, and I totally respect her. And her opinion is like law. And she told me, you are right, and it's the same thing you just said. It's still a lot of, somebody has to assist a blind person when it comes to content. They are still not, we don't have enough tools that can make them be totally independent when it comes to, when it comes to content. Before Nino and Lo, before you go, let me ask Dean that question of yours, so that you don't feel left out and you feel like it was left unanswered. So Nino and Lo was asking you a question, Dean. If a medical cure became available for your blindness, would you want it? Why or why not?
What? Hold on. 1 minute ago, I didn't hear the question. Please repeat.
If a medical cure became available for your blindness today, would you want it? Why or why not? That is from Nino and
Okay.
Lo.
Okay. Yes. If a medical cure was there to restore my sight, I would gladly accept it. Reason being,
Mm,
reason being, I would really like to better my family life. You understand me? I'm not the person who wants to stay at one stage every day of my life. You understand me? I've always been a person who believes in growth. And that is the reason why we are here where we are at presently. And this situation has kind of put me on a pause. You understand me? It has kind of slowed me down a bit. Presently,
mm,
I am just hoping and waiting on the children to graduate from school and telling myself that they will now then go out there and start their own life and so on, because I really need some time for me and my wife to go enjoy some, you know, place, maybe a resort or something, because we don't even have no money and we have never had that sort of experience together.
mm.
You understand me? Based on the fact that we have been raising children from early years. You understand me? So when I think about it, I would gladly accept the side if I was given it, or if it was possible. Okay.
Mm.
Now,
Makes
if I would be able to receive my sight based on the religions that are not, what I had said, not um God based. Okay, when I say God based, I mean there are persons out there who tell you that if you come to their church and come to their place of worship, they can restore your sight and so on. And
yes.
persons keep speaking as if they have been to the situation and it has already been done. And if it was done for them, it can be done for me. I do not believe in a lot of things. I know the Bible said to prove them. You understand me? But at the same time, I do not really know of anyone who I have seen that was blind and they go to anyone and that person touch their eyes and whatsoever. went away and they are now fully seen or sighted. I do not know of any such persons, but I have been told stories about them. Now, I am a person who believes in the Bible to a point where I believe that if I am going to see again based on the condition that my eyes are in, it would have to be the working of the Most High God. You understand me?
Mm.
I also believe that yes, I was watching a program where they said that some doctor in Germany can remove the pupil and cut out the cornea and stitching back a different cornea and all of that, and put a tube in the eye to leak out the fluid that caused the swelling or the growth of the eyeball and so on. And when I look at all that
Mm.
and hear the amount of money and so on, I said to myself, whoa, no, these people, even if they were able to give me back sight, it wouldn't be because they wanted me to
Yeah.
see. It's not because they wanted me to see why they would be assisting me. They would just be assisting me because they want to make sure they continue to grow their coppers. You understand me?
Absolutely.
Because
True.
if this technology was really there and can be done, and they inform us that it takes a year for the cornea to be healed, and to go to Germany, you have to have enough money to live somewhere for a
Mm.
year, and you have to pay for the procedure, and you have to, I realized that really and truly, based on the situation or the financial obligation that I have, I would never get to be that person that is going to receive that treatment.
Mm.
You understand?
Makes
I
sense.
don't believe there is anyone who is blind that
Mm.
wanted to be blind. I
True.
don't think there's anyone blind that wanted to be blind. I don't think there's anyone dumb or deaf that wants to be deaf or dumb. Okay, guys, I do not think that. What I really believe from my point of view, the hand that you're dealt is the hand that you have to keep at times. Or the situation that you're in is just the situation that you're in. If you're not able to
Mm.
elevate and take yourself out of the situation, you have to just make the best use of what you have and do what you
Mm.
can to make sure that you have a very meaningful life. You understand me? And be a blessing to others. And that is
I
what I
love
am
that.
trying to do presently, because I really do not want anyone to feel that because they are blind, dumb, deaf, crippled, or anything, they would definitely have to just park themselves one side. Because the
Mm.
other day I went to the seasoning shop, and the seasoning shop lady was upset about something that someone said to her. She said to me, say, Dean, because she know me by name, because I've been shopping there for years. And she said to me, say, I was coming down in a taxi this morning, and the guy that
Mm.
driving the taxi said, all blind people for dead, right? And when he said that, she said she was upset, and she tell him, say she not take back in taxi because her mother is blind, and he's saying that her mother should die. You understand me? According to
Mm.
what he said, all blind people are a nuisance and a bother to others. That's not true. You understand me? Not all blind people are a nuisance or a bother to persons. And
Mm.
at certain age in life, some persons end up losing their vision. Not because today you are healthy and healthy, don't mean that when you reach 58, 60 or something, you will lose your sight. It does not mean that you could not get into a situation where you wake up tomorrow morning and you don't have a sight, any sight. It does not mean that um you will find that there's an illness or something inside your brain that is going to cause you to lose your sight. Anything is
Mm.
possible where sight is concerned or any illness is concerned, but some persons, because you're not seen, right, or they are
Mm.
not having this issue, they believe that, listen, they can say and do anything they want to do. But the God that we serve is still the God of all God. He is the God of every
Mm.
man, woman, and child. And He knows best. You understand me, friend? He knows best.
True. They I think I like that, and Island, you're right. Anything can happen, you never know. The other day I was driving to work, and just when I was approaching the junction,
Yeah.
there was an accident, and this guy on a motorcycle had been hit. This person left their home. They are probably going to have like a very great day, and they had planned. But now the next thing, the ambulance had to come and pick them for us to be cleared to move. And you never know what when anything may strike. It's just never in our control. So, and just like that person now is going to be confined in a wheelchair because they lost their leg or something like that out of that accident. Especially if they're not able to afford any any kind of support when it comes to that. So I totally agree. I totally agree with you on this particular point. There's a question that was also asked that is a great follow-up question. Knowing what you've known, because I like how you gave an example that there had been an history of glaucoma in the family. Knowing what you know now, Island Sisters is asking you, let me just see whether I can, let me pin it so that I can ask it directly as it was done. Are your kids tested regularly as a precaution with regards to glaucoma?
Repeat, please.
Do you get your kids tested regularly as a precaution with regards to glaucoma, considering that it
Okay,
was in...
yes. Yes, guys. Now understand. Yes, I do that, but it's something that I did not have to do.
Mm,
Reason being because I had informed you guys that the moment I found out what I had, I started doing investigation to find out how is it transmitted, how is it spread. Now
yes.
understand something, and I will tell you this from what the scientist information is pertaining to glaucoma. If I, the father, have glaucoma, my wife is sitting here does not have glaucoma, but we have 10 kids.
Mm,
Okay? Because I am the only one who have glaucoma and she doesn't have it. If her mother has glaucoma or her father has glaucoma, the child that she's going to have for me will have glaucoma. Right? That is,
mm,
if her mother or father has glaucoma and I, the father, have glaucoma. If the mother, which is her, have
mm.
glaucoma, I don't have glaucoma, but my mother or father have glaucoma, the child that is going to be born will be
It's going to
born with glaucoma. That's how it works.
be
Okay?
right.
My wife parents does not have the condition. So because I did my investigation and studies, I did not have to do the check, but I still go ahead and do the check.
Makes
Okay?
sense. Just
But
just for...
because right, but because we do not study, listen now, I am going to tell you something. Persons, I would not want to call them any names, but there are persons out there who do not educate themselves very well. And because
Mm,
they do not educate themselves very well, they would tend to think that because I have glaucoma, if they were to take one of my sons as their partner and they got
mm,
pregnant for one of my child, then that woman's child would be born blind or was going to be blind. And that's only because they would be stupid. They would have to definitely check, you understand, with the family trait and history to know what
mm.
is going to happen. My son does not have the condition. You understand me? If I have the condition and the mother has the condition, that is different. But
True.
none of them is willing to go the extra mile to do their check to make sure that their relationship would be set or would be
Mm,
perfect. You understand me? Some persons refuse to do the studies or to do the necessary checks before making fool and stupid decisions. Okay, friend? That's how some persons are. I must say the family that I am connected to and this YT platform are very wise persons who know very well that if they were to have one of my sons as their husband or their boyfriend or so on, they would check their family background to make sure that there was no
I love
glaucoma
that.
where the parents is concerned. Okay?
I love
So
that.
thanks. Yeah man.
I love that. And from your studies, and just because I know, when you have a condition, you tend to be more informed about it more than anybody else. Because if I don't have glaucoma, I will not be bothered, to look it up.
Okay.
But so if I was just to ask a curious question, is glaucoma something that happens? Is there like a timeline to it? Because what if you've done all that investigation?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Sorry for cutting you off, Goga. But listen now. You see, glaucoma. Once you have it and you do the check, it is going to show. You're going to see it because how the check is done, it's like this, Goga.
Mm,
There is a machine that they have where you have a little chin space right here, and they have you put your chin like that on the machine.
yeah.
And
Yes.
then now they use a light and they bring it right here and they open the lid right up and they shine that light right into the eye. That light is able to look right into the back
Mm.
of your head right there. Based on what they are looking for, they know what to look for around there. Okay?
Ah.
So they then look. Now, glaucoma is something that it is in the blood. So because it is in the blood, it's not like it is going to be there when you are 30, but when you are 5, it is not there. When you are 5, it is still going to be there. So when you are 10, it is going to be there. If you do early checks from age 5, they know what is going to happen. They will now be better able to give you the necessary medication to make sure that it does not affect you in any way that is going to cause you to lose the vision, because how glaucoma destroy the vision is by swelling the ball of the eye and
Mm.
tearing apart the nerves. Once it destroys the nerves, then you have no vision left. In order to destroy the nerves, the eyeball has to continue to swell beyond the normal size. You understand, Goga?
Mm.
So it has to swell. So once it swells, then now the nerves start to tear apart. So what they do, the medication that they give you is to control the pressure so that the eye does not swell. I
Ah.
also must inform persons that if you were to be checked and they tell you that you have glaucoma, whether you're 10, 15, 20, 25, make sure that you check to see if you have hypertension also. If you have hypertension, by controlling the hypertension, then you will be able to have better management of the glaucoma, because most of the time they try to just control the eye pressure, but I realize that the hypertension has a lot to do with it as well. Okay?
Wow. Interesting comments coming through from the chat. Rosie says, my mom has glaucoma. That is Rosie, a bit of everything. And then Island Sister says, my friend said that she had problems with her vision since she was a small child. However, it was ignored as they didn't have family history and it wasn't expected to be present at her age. Rosie says, my eldest sister has it too. My eldest sister has it too. Oh, wow. So thanks so much, guys, for those insights, and thanks so much for also sharing. In addition to just we are thinking of aggressive advocacy in terms on platforms such as YouTube and others, because I think it cuts across other social media platforms to like make these platforms more inclusive to totally blind people like you. When it comes to your channel, where looking at a crystal ball, like if you are to just visualize what you'd want your channel to like look like, what are the plans? Because you're just about to get monetized, because I think you'll get all these watch hours in the next couple of weeks, and then you'll have to get into the YouTube partner program. What is it that you hope to achieve from blind to Dean White, the blind visionary? Let me just pull up that channel so that I can share. And guys, if you have not connected, we are getting to the tail end of the Sunday service. If you have not connected to Dean White, the channel is the one that I've pinned on top there since the live stream started. And I thank so much, guys, for I've seen like a number of you have run there, and we are still having like a great number of people who are still there. Dean White, blind visionaire. What is the mission of this space, and what would you like this channel to evolve into, especially when it comes to advocacy for
persons living with disabilities, and this can even extend to people are not just totally
Okay.
blind, but also other forms of disabilities.
All right. Let me say something from the beginning, and this is coming from the bottom of my heart, guys.
Mm.
And listen, I have gone ahead and I have made my page in such a way that I have even went and put my phone number on the page.
Yes.
I did that for just one reason, and let me tell you why I did that. I realized that from time to time, persons with disability does not have an avenue to speak about the issues and the problem that they are having. And to me, I would like to be someone who persons that are having certain challenges and issues with disability can call and say, Dean, say, may I have that issue here, may did I go so and so and my foot break and so and so and and
Mm.
people are going like say me not exist no more and and I kind of feel like, you know, me not fit there in the world and so me can really sit down and reason with them on a one-on-one level to encourage them and let them know say at times when you feel these things coming on and the stress coming about, you understand me? And the
Mm.
enemy telling you that, you know, you are no benefit to anybody and you are supposed to take your life. That is not the case.
True.
I would like to be reaching people with this channel in such a way that from time to time I can say that our persons can say that to tell you the truth, when I was feeling depressed and down, when I found out that I was going to blind, or when I found out that I went blind, one
Mm.
morning when I wake up and I can't see anything, is blind vision here my call? You understand me? And the man give me some encouraging news, or him sit down with me and him say, oh my, and him assist me by saying, all right, what you gonna do? Because let me tell you something. When you are in certain situations, the cell phone that we have to use right now for a blind persons, that's not the phone that they are going to be using. A blind person has a better chance of using the house phone that has the dial buttons on it, that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and the number sign and the star. A blind person would be able to use that phone very, very actively and readily to get the emergency service, their family members, and so on the phone. But not for the time when you just lose your sight and so on, you're not able to navigate the buttons certain way because you always had visions when using it. So because you had no have no vision now, it becomes very strange. So these are things that I am someone would like to sit down and explain to persons about. You understand me? How they can really go about, how they can feel a sense of blessing, in a themselves, plain and straight, so that even if they have a disability or they are disabled in some way, shape, or form, they are not dead. Okay, they are not the worst. You understand me? I would like my channel to be like that. I would also like my channel to be a channel that is able to assist me financially also. And when I say
Mm.
assist me financially, in such a way that if I am able to do some ads or do some promotion or even do, anything that is able to allow me to earn some money that would be assisting me where my financial obligations are concerned. Well, if I have to make me and wife even can go so go eat something, or we can finish send the youth them go to school, and when the time up, we can maybe say, all right, me go flash out the wall on the outside proper, or me go do certain little things that I might want one microwave, me can even buy. I don't have a problem. I would welcome that anytime. You understand me? But the truth is, my channel should really be about reaching the persons who are feeling as if they are down.
Mm.
You know, they are not appreciated. And let me tell you something. Persons that are having disability, let me tell you this, Goga. You might not believe me, no, but I'm tell you the truth. A lot of persons that are having disabilities and challenge. They have to depend on the sighted to do things for them. And do you
Mm.
know that the sighted abuse them every single chance they get? When I said abuse them, understand this. A person who is having a disability needs to pick up a check at the post office. They are
Yeah.
not able to go to the post office, so they put someone as the person who is supposed to pick up the check and change it for them. That person picks up the check, change it for them, and then use the money to do what they want to do. The person that is having the disability does not get the money, does not reach that person. That person does not benefit.
Mm.
And when that person speaks, that person is abused. That person is told, shut up. You understand? These are some of the challenges that persons that are having their disability is going through. And at times they need someone in their corner that maybe can get the message to the authority or even get, some help or assistance for them. And I am willing to take on the job. Believe
I
me, I
love
am willing to
I
take
love that.
on the job.
I love that. And you see, that is powerful. And it's powerful. And that right there is actually your content. That right, because education content is necessary. And like, we've been sitting here for nearly 4 hours. We have like a few minutes to 4 hours, 20 minutes to 4 hours. We've been sitting here for 4 hours, and it's just like a class. I feel like I've learned so much about the plight of the blind people, about certain things, the challenges, and whatnot. That right there becomes content, education content, because most people don't even understand the issues around glaucoma. You see the questions that people are asking, and now you see people are saying, my mother has glaucoma, my sister has glaucoma. This is actually the content. And I think you just hit it right on the point. That I think is going to be the identity of your channel as it grows. I think you can sensitize more, because it is your lived experience. It is Dean White, the blind visionaire, because you literally have the vision. And that, I think, right there, that's right there is the content. And I'll be looking forward to more of that kind of engagement on the channel. And the good thing, you're also doing research, and you're also reading up on these issues. So YouTube will be likely inclined to push this kind of content, because I know they are also on the spot when it comes to inclusivity, when it comes to these issues. And that really goes nicely with the point that you've just been told. Wait, not that one. There's a point here that was just brought up. I like Sisters has really given me some very nice points here. um and you're being told, Dean, would you consider providing more education around glaucoma on your channel? And I think the answer is a resounding yes. That's what you literally
Okay,
asked.
okay. I will
Yeah.
I will try my best to do that, Goga, because guess what happened? I wasn't planning to really touch it very often on my channel, because I went ahead and did two videos, and I
Mm.
did them just under 8 minutes, each of them, I think.
Yes,
And
I
when
saw
I
the part one
checked,
and part two.
why
Yes.
one was the left eye and one was the right eye, and I did a bit of explanation. But when
Yeah.
I checked on them, they did not get much view. So I was thinking to myself that persons really don't want to even know anything about it. You
Mm.
understand me? Because I noticed that they didn't really look at the videos for, I was thinking if I was looking at those videos and I had saw like one of them was 500 or something like that, then I would be thinking to myself, okay, people is interested in knowing what glaucoma is and all of that, but I didn't see anything like that. Now, I must say to persons who are having family members that might be having this situation, please make every effort to make sure that they have the drops that is able to contain the pressure.
Mm.
I do not tell anybody to take the pills and give their family members, because the pills come with chest issues. The pill gives
Oh.
you chest issues. So leave
The-
the pill alone. But the drops, if your family members are able to sleep for the entire night, get the drops and make
mm.
sure that they use the drops. Some of the drops is every 12 hours, some is every 8 hours. Now,
Mm.
at the same time, if they are going to be driving, you have to make sure that when they are taking the drops, they take it like a few minutes, a hour, 30 minutes before getting around any steering whatsoever. And if
Absolutely.
they have a problem with ganja,
Mm.
people should know some of the drops has ganja in it because that's some of the medicational um um
Yeah,
what we call
property.
properties that are in the drops.
Uh,
And
a
some of
quick,
them are
a quick,
steroids also. Some of them
yeah,
are steroids also.
a quick question just on that. Tanya is asking, when you did your glaucoma test, did they do an air puff? Air puff.
Yeah, yeah.
I do not know what is an ear pop. All I
Mm,
know the test that they used to find out that I had it was the one that they used the different color lights to look through the eye, and they could do a scan of the back of the eye.
mm.
I think they took pictures also
Okay.
from that device that they use. So it was a machine that took pictures of the cornea and everything. So
Yeah.
they were seeing everything inside the eye, and based on what I am being told, it's as if they were looking right behind and seeing even what was behind. Because when they look, if you had any fluid leaking around there, they could tell you that there's fluid leaking at the back of the right or the left eye, and so on. And from
Mm,
there, no, they will then tell you that they are going to have to do maybe laser surgery or something like that. So
okay.
that light that they use, that machine that they use, that was how I knew the test was really done. I don't know about the ear pop thing whatsoever.
All right. Guys, we are coming towards the tail end. I know I'm looking at the time. I'm like, oh yeah, 4 hours. I need to send this family away. I need to send this family away. And then let me just before we get into the final part of the show, because I'm going to give you a chance to just sign off. Let me just check whether there's any question that is pending. There's so many questions and
Just shoot,
oh
man, shoot.
yeah, Tanya is saying that if the airpuff isn't included in anyone's test, it's an incomplete test. It's an incomplete test. So that's what she was just adding. So she says the air puff blows air in the eye to determine the pressure. To determine the pressure.
Okay, okay, that is what is called an ear pop. That is
Yes,
what is called an ear pop. Okay, that's
yes.
something that we does. Yeah, man, yeah, man,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
man.
I
That
know
is
that.
done all time. I didn't know
Oh,
that ear pop.
yes, I know. I think also because I wear glasses and I know it has. I've experienced that at the opticians.
Yeah,
The
man,
opticians they
that
notice
is
like,
done by now. Sorry, I didn't know that's a ear pop. I thought a ear pop was something like you go around the machine, and because
yeah,
when we go to the eye doctor, there are persons there that inform me that the doctor take out them eyeball of it and them hand and I do what I do with it. So
yeah,
I was thinking that maybe ear pop was something like that. They remove the eyeball and check
yeah.
and so on and so forth,
We are
because
guided.
they do that and clamp the veins behind the eye and all of that and then put it back in. So I didn't know that blow. Yeah, man, it is
Yeah.
always done with that thing there. And they drop what they do before they do. They drop some drops in the eye and drop some drops in the eye, and
Yeah.
they dilate it. And then now, in order to check what the pressure is, they use that same ear something and shoot in, and then they write the pressure on a piece of paper for the left, and then they write the pressure on the paper for the right.
Yes, absolutely. Final question that I'm seeing on the chat, and then we can sign off. So Sanship asked a very interesting question, and I think this was a very nice light question to just like wrap up everything. So Sanship was asking, Dean, if somebody makes some sounds as if they left the room, can you still sense the person's presence if they did remain? Because somebody may pretend that they have left the room, but they are still within the room. Can you sense their presence if they did
All
remain?
right. Let me tell you something that you need to understand.
Yeah.
Even though at times we look for sensing where presence is concerned, not all the time that is what we listen for or look for. At
Yeah.
times we listen for breathing, we listen for
Ah,
footsteps, we
yeah.
also smell very good. We smell very well. So
Yeah.
from time to time, persons do not realize that we can walk past a person and smell that person. And when we walk past that person again, we know it's the same person. And even me, I identify persons by even scent. So
Ah,
sometimes, like my wife who wears a lot of cologne and so on,
I like how
she
Nadine is pinching your shoulder. It's like, why did you have to bring this at the Sunday service?
she is she is not going to be tricking me because me I listen for her breathing and me listen how far she step. Then back at that, me maybe put some mesh at my doorway so when the mesh open me ear and when it
Yeah.
close back me ear, I'm still a listen for ear if any steps are going and so on. So we use a lot of things. So from time to time we might be tricked, but not all the time, my friend. Not all the
Ah,
time.
I,
From
I
time
like
to time we might, but
I
not
like
all the time.
I like that question, Sanship. That was actually very. I think that was actually a very that was actually a very smart question. So yeah, so
Hello, did you know? Hold on, 1 minute, Goga. Let she
hmm,
know. Do you know that I know of a blind gentleman who really and truly his partner
hmm.
brings in another person and they are inside the house there doing their thing and he does not know?
Wow.
That's because guess what happens? Some persons are not even observant enough to take note of their surroundings. You
Hmm.
understand me? So not everyone who is blind is capable of really observing their surrounding in the manner that I do. I believe because I was a security officer and I've always been someone who grew
Vigilant.
up a certain way, I am always listening and looking for certain things. So I continue to do so even now that I am blind. I am always suspicious also. When I said
Okay.
I'm always suspicious, no matter what, I try to question everything to see the logic
Hmm.
in it and how it would be beneficial before I jump and move. You understand me? I really like to sit down and look at the pros and cons before I move. And a lot of person does not like that about me. You understand me? Because they believe that when they say something and they jump and do it and it fail, it just fail. But I believe that more time you do not have to fail if
Hmm.
you plan properly and you observe what you are doing and make sure that once you move properly.
I like that. All right. Guys, this has been fun, but we can't be here the whole night. We can't be here the whole day. I know for me, it is almost midnight. It's almost Monday, 7 minutes to Monday here in Kenya. For Dean, I
Oh,
think it's what time is it there? I think it's about you're 8 hours behind, so that is 12 minus 8. That comes to about 4 p.m. Right? It's almost 4 p.m. 4 p.m. 4 or 5 p.m. I'm not so sure. It's
no,
about
it's
4.
like it's 7 minutes to 4.
Yeah, 7 minutes to 4. Yeah, 7 minutes. I went for my glasses, guys, because I was getting sleepy. I've been looking at the screen for so long. So that yeah. When you notice I'm wearing glasses, just know yeah, my eyes are getting drowsy because of the screen. Because of
Go
the
God,
screen.
it was said you go for the glasses because of the topic.
I know. Yeah, because I was like, my goodness, I'm like, because I think you guys are talking about the puff, the window puffing, the air puff thing, and I just remember the last time I was at the opticians, I was like, that thing, it's normally very rapid and very light, and it's like somebody's blowing wind into your eyes. Uh, but anyway, that's a story for another day. That's a story for another day. Uh, Rosie, I think Rosie, you need to be told about my other glasses. I do have a lot of them. But these are the real ones. Then the others I never see in them. They're just for like YouTube and stuff. Guys, this has been a very great conversation. I think it's just been very educative as well. Like there's just so much lesson. There's so much gems to learn, and Dean has not like held back. Dean, I think I like how he started with the background, especially growing up in Kingston, and then I like how he transitioned into how he went to school.
and how his schooling got him into a space where he was getting interviews. He talked about his security job. He also talked about how the job, during one of his gigs at work is where he met his beautiful wife, who is seated next to next to him there throughout the live stream for the last 4 hours. And then we transitioned slowly into, they of course they got a family, they say 4 kids, right? And then we also talked about now when he started losing his vision. This was in 2001 when he lost the vision on his left eye, and then the right eye lost the vision like much later on. I think it took like about Dean, am I correct? It from 2001 to 2015. So it took about like
Right.
14.
The
Yeah,
second one, right. The second went 2016.
yes, so
But
14.
the first one, I found out it went 2001. It was already gone.
One. Yeah, so you can already see that timeline. And now he has a YouTube channel that he has started. And when you see Dean cooking on his live streams, when you see him engaging with the audience on his channel, when you see him creating, what is your excuse? Most of us are blessed. You are gifted with your sight, and you are, you still, we still choose to be lazy. You're like, I'm too tired to edit. The man is editing his videos and uploading them, and he doesn't have his vision. What is your excuse? But above all, is also like creating a channel for purpose. A lesson there, a lesson right there in terms of use. I like what David Ant likes saying. David Ant and I, we don't agree on a lot of things, especially when don't agree on okra, but we do agree on a lot of things. David Ant normally says something: use the tools you have. And for him, he's using what he has. He's using what he has at his disposal to create the content. And that's why you guys you've stayed in this Sunday service for the last 4 hours. You could not leave because it was just acres and acres of lessons that you are picking from Dean, as he spoke. This conversation has not ended. Dean, people are saying that you need to have you on part 2 for now, the receipts, because Misha says that you have some hot receipts that you can be discussing. Once you've co-hosted the Sunday service, you always have a standing invitation. If any day you say, Goga, I am a bit too lazy, I want to come and hang out with you at the Sunday service, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. We can continue having this conversation once again. But once again, this is also an opportunity that to those of you who did not know Dean, you've gotten to know Dean through the Sunday service. He does live streams every single day. They're working so hard towards the WH, both him and Nadine. And I'm going to pull up those channels up real quick. So Dean is the link that is pinned there. So I want you to do me a favor before he signs off. I want you to go to his live stream right now. In case you are still, because I know some of you are still hanging around. Some of you, I can see like over 20 of you are still hanging around me here. Get out of my live stream right now. Go and drop those black hearts. He said he loves the color black. Go and drop those nice black hearts to confirm that you have liked the live stream on his side and you've given it a thumbs up. Then you stay there until he signs off. Then I will end the live stream and then you come back here. We read the affirmation and then we can raid somebody. As I get my moderators to type Goga and Dean raid. Goga and Dean raid. Purple and black heart next to each other. The person who is going to benefit from this raid, the double raid, they're going to get a purple and a black heart today out of the two co-hosts. So Dean, I don't want to keep you here longer because it's been 4 hours. But I want you now to just sign out. And signing out means I'm going to put you on solo layout so that you can just like do a call to action. We call that CTA on YouTube, in YouTube language, where you like just do a call to action to the people, all the 35 people who are still watching us right now. We can give Nadine a chance. I will have to give the lady a chance to say something as well, and then you can do the conclusion. And then when you're signing out, I'll give you like 3 minutes max, 3 minutes just to do that. Just wrap up. What do you want people to do? What is like your message? What is that message that you want people not to forget? If they forget everything you've said in this live stream, what is it that you don't want them to forget? And then, of course, you can say that thing that YouTubers like saying. Please subscribe to my channel, connect, and I do live streams every day at this time. You know, those things that people like saying on YouTube. And then we will, once you do that, we'll come back on the main panel, and then we can say bye, and then, yeah, we can sign out. So I will let Dean and Nadine take over this. I'm going to put them on solo layout, and then
You know, these people do live streams for like, I don't know, 6 hours and 7 hours and thereabouts, so they can handle this. Okay. Nadine, I think we'll start with you, and then when you are done, you can pass the mantle to your husband. All right.
Okay, guys. So thank you guys so much for your support, your love, and all your messages and all your comments, the good things and the bad things. Misha, bless you especially. Thank you, Cares, Crossgale, Blessed Life Journey, Islam, Strive, everyone. Thank you, Crossgale, thanks, Rosie, everybody. Thank you so much. I thank you so much. And please, guys, check out my channel. My channel is Life with Nadine and Family. Please, guys, give me some support. I need some watch hours. Okay, guys, please, I'm asking you. Okay, over to Dean now.
Okay. Guys, as you know, this is Dean White Blind Engineer. I am a very jovial person. Um, I appreciate the love, the support, and the thanks that you all give me. Listen me, sure. And the love you all show me, right? I am saying I meet you people and you're like a family to me here. I like the fact that from time to time you guys are able to give me some much needed advice and I appreciate them. So I must say, love, please remember to always view the Blind Visioneer channel from time to time because no matter what, you will be seeing something there that will either teach you something or that will allow you to laugh. I must say, my boys put up one of my videos. I put up a video recently of me and it states that Blind Visioneer got electrocuted frying chicken. So, so if you were to look at it, you would laugh because I was frying the chicken and got shocked. So a lot of thing is there. I am very appreciative of the fact that I feel and I'm aware of my surrounding and everything. Right, guys? I might not be able to get back to everyone who subscribe or view my channel today or even tomorrow. But guys, please note, I am doing my best to get around to you guys. I am going through my subscription on a daily basis to make sure I return your subscription. So please do not be impatient and please take every effort to give me a bit of time, guys. Please, I appreciate it. Okay.
And please do not unsubscribe.
I okay. I must also say that I was thinking about to tune, but the device not to set up in a way of it. But got you, yeah. The links.
That's it, Goga.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dean. And it was such an
Yes,
honor.
yes, sir.
It was
Thanks.
such an
Sorry, what are the go? I enjoyed being here with you today, sir. As the
thank you.
chairman, I appreciate the fact that you allowed me to interact, with the people on the platform, interact with your viewers, your family members, your community. It seems to be a very great and loving community, and it seems as if both sides of the community have troublemakers on it, which is very good. It has to have some persons that is going to bring the fire and the vibe. So we appreciate it all. So I enjoy being on your Sunday service, sir. I must say I am not disappointed to be here, and I appreciate it that you
Very much.
invited me. Thanks very
You're the
much.
best, Goga. You're the best.
Oh,
I know that you are going to be making sure you bring another person next week that is going to be as exciting as
As
we
we
were
were
today.
today.
So just continue to do your work, sir. Continue to do your best to make
I
sure
will.
that we always get good contents and good information.
You
I
mentioned
am just sorry that you have to be on the channel so late. I mean, I
No,
understand
it's
how you say at 12 o'clock over there, so but when
don't
me
worry.
there 4 o'clock, so me never know the time difference is so much over where you are.
Don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine.
We used
What
to.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. The good thing, it's not problematic because I do have I did plan for this, and it's always an honor when you get guests who are really inspiring like you guys. You don't want to leave, but you're just like, oh my god, we need to leave as well. We just need to leave, and then
mhm.
yeah.
Okay.
But I could listen to you guys all day, but I also know you have to attend to other things. So I will also respect that. But thank you so
Yeah.
much for the time. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. I know this has been a long
Thanks.
time. This has
Yeah,
also been a
man.
long time coming, but I'm glad it has finally happened, and it was such an honor having you guys on the platform. You are most welcome any other time.
Brother, before you even go any further, say last week when you said this week, say me, I wondered to myself what he was up to do
Yeah.
because through last week I was told Sunday, and then no wife here tell me say no, not this Sunday, the other Sunday.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
You know,
because my brother from the United Kingdom, we had planned another live stream. So I totally think I mixed myself up. I think I
okay.
got excited with the dates, and I was like, oh my god, sorry. Then it's 13. 13. No, let's it's not 13 because I don't know what I don't. I just got mixed up. But then I was like, you know what? It gives us more time to plan, and it was so nice having the preparatory call yesterday on StreamYard just to prepare for the live stream.
Yeah,
So
and we're glad to I'm glad that it was left for this week because guess what happened? My friend, one of my
yeah,
best friend Nisha, has not been on the scene for a while, and
yes,
she's now here. You understand me? I really couldn't do this stream without Nisha, because she have to hold my hand sometimes because I get nervous at times.
yeah. Dean, you mean you get Dean? What nervous are you talking about? I've never seen you get nervous.
He's more nervous.
What nervous are you talking about? You always seem like you know what you're always you always know what you're doing and stuff.
Like it's like a story, it's like a movie. It does natural son. Uh,
Oh my
Nisha,
goodness.
do this self. Blessed life journey. Please big up yourself, guys. Appreciate you all. Fluffy Diva. Okay.
Yes, Fluffy Diva is also amazing. Fluffy Diva from the United Kingdom, very supportive.
Yeah,
That's
man.
that's Tamika.
My girl,
Tamika.
she just full of vibes. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Roxanne, all of them. Simone,
Tam,
all of them, man. Cheers.
Tam,
Big up on yourself, guys. Everyone on the platform, please continue to be great. Continue to be loving. Continue to be the way you are. Okay, Rosie?
I
All
love
right.
that. I love that. All right, so guys, I'm going to release Dean and Nadine. Oh, I love how your names just go like with the rhyme. Dean and Nadine. I'm going to release Dean and Nadine. So in case you are on Dean's live stream, I don't know. I'm going to like you guys. You're going to Uber it back here so that we can read the affirmation. And then as I get I need my moderators to get me the raid command. Then we are going to raid somebody, and we are going to make sure that the raid has a purple and a black hat out of the colors for both channels, just to like represent the brand of both channels. Dean, I'm looking forward to your channel. I think next year, a time like this, we'll be having a very different conversation on that channel. I think it's going to grow in an amazing way. I think it's going to like be a very good hub when it comes to educational content, especially around blindness, and even the challenges and the challenges and conversations around blindness. I think it's going to be I think it's going to blow up. And I like what Misha told you earlier. Don't worry about the views. These are the growing stages.
I was on YouTube for like over a year, and I never moved beyond 200 subscribers. You've done so much in less, because I met you and you had less than 100, I think. I was like, this channel
Yes,
is
that's
yeah,
true.
this channel is so small. I was like, who is this small channel? And now look at you, you are at over 1.5, 1.6. So it's not something that we take for granted. Carlos is here. Robon Courage, welcome. Carlos, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming in. Thanks so much for coming in, Carlos. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you. Appreciate seeing you. So, without further ado, allow me to release the guests. Let me see. Like, Dean, I don't know whether Dean set up the raid, or or people will Uber from your channel to mine. So you can Uber. You'll have to Uber raid. I'm going to drop this on. I'm going to Uber. I'm going to drop the link to my channel. Uber raid. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to Uber raid you guys to my channel. So you're going to click on the link that I've just dropped on Dean's channel, written Uber raid. That will Uber raid you back to my channel. We are going to I'm going to officially allow them to say bye, and then I can end their live stream, because only I have the power to end their live stream, so that they don't have to deal with the content I'm going to say after this, because I want the interview to end nicely, where they left and they said bye. Dean, I want you guys to say bye, then I'm going to end your live stream, and then we'll be able to like release you. So guys, I've pinned there's a link they have dropped that you're going to click. It will bring you back to my channel for us to finish this conversation, and then we are going to raid somebody after this with the Uber raid. Okay. So Dean, you can say bye, and then I'm going to end your live stream, and then I can release you. Just say bye real quick.
Okay, guys. Thanks for having me today, my friends. I appreciate you having me on the platform, listening to what I have to say, and listening to the message that I have to impart, along with my wife here, Life with Nadine and Family. Thanks for having us both. So now we are going to say bye. Have a nice
Thank
and
you guys
wonderful
so
day.
much. Thanks for your support, each and every one of you guys on the platform, in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, Googa, bye.
Bye. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. I've officially released you as well, so you can just leave the studio. I can yeah, just close your stream, and then it will kick you out. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. What an amazing conversation, guys. What an amazing conversation. What an amazing I don't know, guys. I just feel so inspired. You know, sometimes when you're like at the Sunday service and you're like, yo, I don't know, why is this thing not? Yeah. Sometimes when you're at the Sunday service, sometimes you never know the power of the inspiration that is going to come through with the guests. Dean understood the assignment, Dean delivered the assignment and put a dot on it. And look, guys, look at where we are. Look at where we are. So much insight, so much love, so much, oh my goodness, so much wisdom. A lot of things happened throughout this live stream. And I just want to say thank you so much, guys, for being part of it. Thanks so much for being part of it. I see Sharon there on the chat. Thank you so much, Sharon. Sharon, I know you're watching from the bushes, and everybody else who was watching from the bushes. And taking in this inspiration. I'm glad that this really helped you. And I'm glad that you got to have a better understanding of Dean and what he's gone through, and what he continues to do to build that inspiration on the channel. And thank you so much to everybody who worked behind the scenes to make sure that this happens. Blessed Life Word to make sure that I know Dean. And Dean, who I think I ignored them for like a while. I was like, who is this who is this person? And then I went and checked their channel, and I started just getting to know what they are doing and everything. And eventually we were able to have them come and co-host the Sunday service. So Blessed Life Journey and Misha Bless, thank you so much for making this happen. I don't take it for granted. I think it was necessary. I think it was very necessary, and thank you so much for making it happen. Thanks so much for making it happen. Kisha, kindly drop for me that link again. The one for the emojis for the raid. So I'm going to now just read the affirmation, and then I can send you guys on your way, so that we can go raid. I'm trying to see who is live. Yeah, it was a very long live stream, but Dean can talk for Africa. Dean can talk for Africa. So guys, when we are going to raid somebody, I want you to go and you just go pin what Kisha did. Just type Kish, Goga, and Dean raid, and then you can put the black and purple hat. You figure out how you're going to do it. You figure out how you're going to do it so that it can happen. I'm being told I need 6 more thumbs ups to 100. Blessed, I think I already reached 100 likes. I think I already have 100 likes. There are 116 or something. There are 116 from my side. There are 116 from my side. So guys, I'm kind of losing my voice. So that's usually a sign. That's usually a sign that I need to leave the live stream, the streets, the whitey streets. Tanya says, Dean kept you hooked up with so many great facts, as he told me the other day, not stories. I loved it, Tanya. I loved it, Tanya, because there was a lot of engagement. There was a lot of engagement that they brought on the Sunday service. I've actually never seen a Sunday service where people are so engaged for 4 hours, because people are not even leaving. They were like listening. They were like listening. They were curious. They wanted to know. They wanted to find out. It's like, Goga, can you ask him this? Like, I think this guest have been asked this guest has been asked the most amount of questions ever at the Sunday service. But he's also a great orator. He has like very nice punchy jokes. He knows how to play along with the receipts. Clearly, he's a Tribe Goga person. He knows how to play along with the receipts. And one of the things I had to ask him yesterday when we were preparing for the Sunday service was, are there any areas you will not want us to go during the Sunday service? And he says, Goga, I'm an open book. Bring it on. I can answer everything. And clearly, he did manage. He did manage to answer everything to the best of his ability. His best of his ability. So I think let's leave it at this point. Wednesday we'll meet at the academy. We'll meet at the academy on Wednesday. Hey, Professor Green, I hear listening so fascinating. Thank you so much, Professor Green, Academy TV. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. I think you're new on my chat. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, so I think we need more of these stories. For me, I think the Sunday service has always the other day somebody was telling me, Goga, you can't get rid of the Sunday service, because the Sunday service has become a brand show. The Sunday service is something people look forward to, because people are scared of Goga on Wednesday, because Goga becomes a teacher on Wednesday. But people love the Sunday service because Goga is not going to call them out on receipts because they are guests. And I was likening this the other day when I was in Scotland. I was telling these people that when there's a guest, Tribe Goga normally knows they can get away with a lot of things, like Misha Bless. But when Goga is alone, they know it is serious day, so you can't say, Goga will literally call you out directly, so you can't be hiding. I like that difference about how Wednesdays have become the serious days, and then Sundays have become the inspiration days. In fact, somebody said inspiration awaits at the Sunday service. You are all welcome. Anybody can be part of this story. There is no major, the Sunday service is not an elite club. It's not a preserve of anybody. Every content creator, regardless of where they are in the world, is always welcome at the Sunday service to come and share their story, because that is how we grow. That is how we inspire. And that is how we put somebody's story out there. Somebody that people would not have ordinarily known. That's how we use this platform to just spread the stories out there to make sure that people are learning. There is always a beautiful lesson you can learn from every single creator on YouTube. And even non-creators, there's always a lesson that you can learn. Nobody knows everything. I have learned so much there about glaucoma. I've learned so much about the plight of the visually impaired, the totally blind people. It is the business. We are supposed to be inspired. We are supposed to learn. And remember, we said this year the theme is LEAP. LEAP. We learn. Okay? We learn. We engage. We act. And we pivot. Learn, engage, act, and pivot. 2025. That is the mission. That is the assignment. Allow me to read the affirmation, and then I can send you guys on a raid. The raid commands have already been dropped. So this is the affirmation. I love this affirmation, guys. I love this affirmation, and that's what I'm going to share with you guys. This affirmation was very powerful. When I was getting it today. This is the affirmation. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Yes, this is the affirmation, and I love all these affirmations are normally. I love these affirmations are normally very close to what the Sunday service guest said. You know, they are always very inspiring. It's almost like it was aligned. You know, anyway, this is the affirmation, guys, and then we can go on the read. Copy anything that Kisha and David are doing on the chat. Goga and Dean read purple and you get a purple and a black hat. Get a purple and a black hat. That is it. Purple and a black hat. You can get something like that so that we make it more colorful and special to the person who is going to receive the raid. I'm going to send you somewhere because I don't see a lot of people are live on their panel. So I'm just going to pick. I'm going to pick somebody who has only 4 people watching. So how many of us are here? We are like we are 16. She has 12 people watching. So when we land there, we are going to give her. We are going to make sure that she has like 30 thumbs up. Stay there for 5 minutes, and then I will ask her to raid you to Blessed because I know Blessed starts a live stream like in about an hour. So I will ask her to send you to Blessed or somewhere else. But anyway, I always know she reads because most likely she'll send you. Last time she sent us to Blessed because I woke up and I found myself on somebody else's channel. Blessed raided us somewhere else. That's what I'm going to do. All right. This is the affirmation. Need to be silent. Let me just. I don't like the music coming in the way of the affirmation. This is the affirmation. Hold on. Don't worry, guys. We are going for the raid shortly. This is the affirmation. Okay. What happened? Wallan. No, I'm saying Wallan like did. Wallan. All right, we are good. Althea, thank you so much for staying on. Guys, this is the affirmation. Service, thank you, director. This is the affirmation, and then we can go. Let's see. All right, I am ready. All right, this is the affirmation. It's very powerful. I read it this morning, yesterday morning, and I was just like, oh my God, I needed to read that. You keep waiting for the sea to split before you move. But that's not how miracles work. The path doesn't appear to prove you are safe. It reveals itself because you chose to trust. Because you dared to believe in something your eyes couldn't see yet. Alignment comes first. Resonance comes first. Faith cracks open dimensions that logic can't touch. So, step even if your voice shakes. The sea is waiting for you to move. And when you do, it parts. Oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. I'll repeat it. You keep waiting for the sea to split before you move. But that's not how miracles work. The path doesn't appear to prove you're safe. It reveals itself because you chose to trust. Because you dared to believe in something your eyes couldn't see yet. Alignment comes first. Resonance comes first. Faith cracks open dimensions that logic can't touch. So, step. Even if your voice shakes, the sea is waiting for you to move, and when you do, it parts. Catherine Heller. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to love and leave you. This has been amazing. This has been good. I'm going to send you guys to, let me send you to Nigeria, and then I will ask the Nigerian to send us to the US or something, because I don't see anybody else who is live right now. So thank you so much for the time. I will see you on Wednesday at the Global Online Giants Academy. Same time, we'll have a very hot topic as well, like last week. Others, take care of yourselves, keep making the content, and keep believing in your ability. And let that C part, believe in yourself, and trust that the winds of grace are going to hold you in whatever decision, whatever action it is that you need to make. God love and leave you. Take care of yourselves. I will see you on Wednesday, same time. And to the people I don't see on Wednesday, I will see you next week at the Sunday service, where we are going to have another amazing guest. Take care of yourselves, guys. I will see you on the other side. Goga and Dean Reid. That is the command. It has already been dropped. Let me copy paste it real quick before I leave, because I need to. We are going to paint that chart purple and black. The way Kisha, I've pinned it there, purple and black hearts. I will see you on the other side. If the stream is starting shortly, the stream is ending shortly. All right, guys, let's go.
Love and hope are guiding light. Everyone welcome here. Unity lifts us higher. Oh, inspirations lights our ways. Love and hope are guiding light. Everyone welcome here. Everyone welcome here. Unity lifts us higher. Go-Go Sunday service. Love and hope are guiding light. Everyone welcome here. Unity lifts us higher.